So good morning. I'm Stuart Reynolds, and I'm sort of wearing two hats today. I'm still a professor at Bath University, and I also do a lot of stuff with the BRLSI. And I'd like to say that we've tested the BRLSI's mechanisms almost to destruction today. So we're very grateful for their help. And we're particularly also grateful to Mitchell Moore's solicitors who've sponsored this meeting. And indeed, your lunch will be paid for by them. So we have some people here from Mitchell Moore's. Yes? Rachel? Yeah. Yeah. She doesn't want to admit to it. Yeah. I had thought that probably they'd be out recruiting new clients, but you never know. So I'm going to read a short extract from a book about farming. The book is Farmer's Glory by A.G. Street, published in 1932. And it's a novel that's based on Street's own experience of life on his family's 630-acre farm, mixed arable, dairy and sheep farming of a kind that really doesn't exist anymore. And the action took place on a river valley near Wilton in Wiltshire, not all that far away from here. And actually, the extract that I'm going to read describes the way that things were in 1907, when the author himself was a young chap, just beginning farming under his father's control. And Mr. Street was a comfortably off tenant farmer. And indeed, at that time, most farmers, including Mr. Street, were tenants. There were relatively few landowner farmers at that time. So here goes. There was such a crowd of men about the place. 13 horses were kept, 6 ploughing teams and an old horse to wait upon the sheep. That meant 7 carters. 60 dairy cows necessitated 6 milkers. The Hampshire Down flock of 400 ewes required 2 shepherds. 6 day labourers were employed, a foreman and a groom gardener. A grand total of 23 employees all year round, with many more at the harvest and at haymaking. There were 400 acres of arable land, 90 acres of down, 40 acres of water meadow, and about 100 acres of pasture. The farming was on a settled, definite system, the result of centuries of experience. The arable land was divided into 4 fields of 100 acres each, 100 acres, and was cropped as follows. First year, winter-sown corn, either wheat or winter oats. Second year, spring corn, oats and barley. Third year, half into clover for hay and the other half into rye, winter barley and vetches for spring sheep keep, followed by swedes and kale for winter feeding. The clover was alternated onto the other half every 4 years, as clover would only grow successfully in this district once every 8 years. Fourth year, summer roots, usually rape and turnips. Under this rotation mentioned, it's easy to see that half of the arable land was put into corn each year. By that he means cereals. And the other half was devoted to growing feed for the flock, whose continuous and regular folding over the land made corn growing possible. It always seemed to me that the farm was run entirely for the sheep, and most of the men were jealous of the shepherd's consequent importance. One of my father's labourer frankly hated the sheep. "All we do," he would say to me, "is run about and sweat after they blasted sheep. We be either lambing them, running them, marking them, shearing them, dipping them, or some other foolishness. And they can have all the grub we do grow, and God knows how much it do cost the governor for cake." Well, the farmer's glory sort of farming has now utterly vanished. That extract encapsulates a number of points. First of all, that farming without machinery is extremely labour intensive. Second, that animal farming consumes enormous quantities of primary production, and therefore it occupies a lot of land. It's absolutely clear that British farming practices and probably land use as well has changed a lot since 1907. The main difference is the number of people. That 630 acre, 255 hectares of Farmer's Glory Farm employed 23 agricultural labourers, plus the farmer and his son, with more workers being taken on at harvest time. So at least one person, and they weren't all men, was required for every 25 acres. This would have been quite a lot even at the time, and it probably indicates the extreme requirements for labour of this mixed arable, dairy and sheep farming. Really only vegetable horticulture would have needed more men. And that passage also illustrates the fact that most farmers actually don't really remember the way that things used to be. A.G. Street is representing life on his Wiltshire farm in 1907 as never having changed. But in fact, at that time, the number of people employed on UK farms had been declining steadily since the middle of the 19th century, and it was to go on doing so for the next 100 years. The earliest date that we have reliable data for on the labour force on the land was 1861. And at that time, there were 3.5 million workers employed in the UK in agricultural jobs. By 1907, that labour force had declined to only 2.4 million. That's a 32% decrease in 46 years. By 2019, the UK farm labour force was down to 364,000. That's an 85% decline since 1907 and a massive 90% decline on the figure from 1861. Nowhere in that book does Street even comment on either what had happened to farm jobs in the past, nor what was coming next. It's almost as though he was oblivious to it, and yet he was one of the foremost commentators on agriculture of his age. Why did the labour force decline? Was it because of incoming farm machinery, or was the machinery introduced because of the declining availability of labour? Chicken or egg? And what about the land? Of the Farmer's Glory Farm acreage, 400 acres, that's 63%, was arable land. 190 acres was permanent grassland with a further 40 acres of water meadows. That makes 230 acres, 36.5% of the total devoted to growing grass with which to feed cows, sheep, and, importantly, horses. Moreover, half of the arable land's production was additionally devoted to growing grains, clover, and root crops for those animals. Today, in 2024, and these are DEFRA figures, the total utilised agricultural area, UAA, in England is 8.7 million hectares, or 67% of the total land area. 57% of that is arable land, 38% is permanent pasture. It was surprising to me to learn that today's land use proportions are really not very different from those in 1907. The conclusion is inescapable. The agricultural land that was released when horses were replaced by tractors and other machinery has now been devoted not to growing human food, but to rearing animals for meat and dairy. At first, it was the number of cattle that increased, but that number peaked in 1970, and since then the number of cattle has declined. The number of sheep, pigs, and above all chickens is what's increased. Now, it's really dangerous to infer from this that the UK diet has changed, since the country was not then any more than it is now anything like self-sufficient in food. Another change is that since 1907, mixed farming has almost completely disappeared. According to DEFRA, in 2023, only 9% of the agricultural area of England is classified as mixed farming. That probably is talking about what farmers self-identify as what they're doing. It's probably rather an underestimate, since most farms that would consider themselves to be primarily engaged in animal rearing also have land that's rotated between crops that are destined to be animal feed, mostly wheat, maize, and fermented ryegrass. And this is particularly the case here in the west of England, where it's wet. According to DEFRA, around 40% of crop production in the UK is converted into animal feed. In fact, you could easily summarise this situation as being that almost all of the products of the farming on the west side of the country go to feeding animals, not people. Meanwhile, animal rearing is now almost entirely absent from the drier, warmer eastern side of the country. My purpose in telling you about the farmer's glory story is to remind you that things can change. I'm not an agricultural historian, and I don't know the reason for the changes that I've described. They're almost certainly complex. But I can tell you with confidence that nobody in 1907 expected that both heavy horses and agricultural labourers would be almost extinct by the end of that century, or that haymaking would occur only occasionally. It's a moot point as to whether the farmer's glory style of farming was sustainable in the long term. It's probable that over long stretches of time it wasn't, but it was probably much less unsustainable than what we have today. In 2025, it seems inevitable that English farming is going to change yet again. Our purpose here today is to explore the ecologically rational options and the factors that may constrain what actually happens in the future. Right. I hope that sets the scene a bit. Actually, what we're going to do now is something that is pretty unusual in the academic context that I work in, which is that we're going to have a bit of theatre. And so we have three starring actors who are making their way to the front here, and we're going to have to give them their own microphones, I think.
Just getting into costume.
If you do the, yeah. So this is an imaginary radio dialogue between a sharer and a sparer. This is a little drama written mostly by Peter Harper, and I hope that you enjoy it.
Before we start, I think you have to forgive our comedy attempts at costume. We're very aware that we're
personally,
being a little silly.
I think they look commendable, don't you? Absolutely commendable. And what else can I say? Right. Good morning to all of our listeners on EnviroSound Radio, where I'm reporting from BRLSI this morning in its headquarters in Bath. We have a one-day meeting of farmers, ecologists and other big shot nature experts about farming and its impact on wild nature. The story is that intensive agriculture in the UK is doing away with what little wildlife we have, and everyone's getting upset about it. All that cultivating, chemical spraying and hedge cutting means that there are fewer and fewer insects, and all those lovely birds can't eat anything else, so they're going hungry. There are fewer and fewer swifts, swallows and cuckoos. And it must be true, because the Guardian newspaper has a story about it almost every day. Moreover, everyone agrees that agriculture is a major source of greenhouse gases, and global warming is speeding up, not slowing down. Unless we do something about it, half the planet will go up in flames, and there won't be enough land to grow the food we need for the human population. Everyone has been arguing about this stuff for ages, especially George Monbiot in his column for The Guardian. The trouble is that not everyone agrees what would be best to do about it. So isn't it time for some policy priority friendly conclusions? I'm here today to talk to two people. Orson Organic, who is an advocate of regenerative farming, and Rebecca Wilding, who is an agronomist who wants farms to be rewilded. Rebecca, let's start with you. Tell us how we can solve the environmental problems associated with farming.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? We're simply taking too much from the earth. There's not enough room left for nature. The most famous ecologist of the 20th century, E.O. Wilson, said that we humans need to back off and reserve half for nature, and he was right. We have to stop farming 50% of the land and leave it to do its own thing.
But if we do that, Rebecca, how are we going to feed the world? Global human population is now more than 8 billion, and despite falling birth rates almost everywhere, it's still getting bigger.
There's only one solution. We rewild half of the land and the rest will just have to produce even more than it already does. Having a smaller area under the plough will fix the biodiversity problem and cut CO2 emissions too. To make sure that we have enough food, we'll have to continue to farm the other half, if anything, even more intensively. Since there's not much biodiversity on existing intensively farmed land anyway, species losses will be minimal. Instead, there will be much more biodiversity on the rewilded bits. And anyway, we haven't been self-sufficient in food in the UK since the 18th century, so we'll just have to make up the shortfall through imports, as we have done for so long.
I'm sorry, Rebecca, but that's ridiculous. It's obvious with all this turmoil in the world today that the UK just has to become self-sufficient in food. We need to keep every acre of farmland in production, and we must farm properly according to good old-fashioned farming practices. You know, mixed farming, where you keep a small number of animals, mostly outside, and use their muck to fertilise the land. That kind of thing. We call it regenerative farming.
Rebecca, let me ask you this. It's hard to believe that anyone claiming to represent green values could be against wildlife-friendly, regenerative agriculture. Surely that's beyond debate.
I'm sorry, but Orson's approach is just wrong. If there were only a few million humans on Earth and no prospect of climate change, then of course regenerative farming would be the right thing to do. But soon we'll have 10 billion people on the planet. We're going to have to cope with imminent climate and biodiversity crises that will compromise food production. Even here in the UK, the population is going up because of immigration. Let's face it, the organic approach is just not working. It produces too little food, and what's more, it's still decimating the biosphere and heating up the planet.
Well, what else are you going to do? You can hardly argue that conventional intensive farming is better for wildlife. Look, we're still developing new green crop production techniques, and productivity is rising. As for carbon emissions, research in the US shows that lower density animal farming actually results in the soil sequestering carbon. I say that we should stick with it. Moreover, the general public really likes a proper old-fashioned farming, like in the Ladybird books. It's definitely a politically more viable option.
Sorry, Orson, I don't buy that story about sequestering CO2 on grassland populated by cows. The numbers just don't stack up. George Monbiot will tell you. I say that only real nature, left to its own devices, can restore lost biodiversity. There have been enough comparative studies now to show that so-called land sparing is far superior to the regenerative farming land sharing approach in terms of biodiversity.
I was wondering when the question of farm animals would come up. What about all those greenhouse gases, all that methane from car burps and car farts? It seems to me that animal farming is a much bigger question than sharing or sparing thing. Do you agree?
Yes, and like lots of others, I say that drastic reductions in animal farming will greatly reduce climate heating emissions.
I don't agree. I say that animals are essential to recycle nutrients to allow crops to grow. There may be ways to reduce the emissions, and that's a technical problem that we can solve.
Okay, here are the statistics. Farm animals outweigh all wild mammals by a factor of 10. Think about the implications of that for biodiversity. In the modern world, people and their farm animals actually capture a quarter of total photosynthesis, and most of that goes to feed cattle, pigs, and chickens. That's why there's so little room left for wildlife on the farm. Moreover, livestock are directly or indirectly responsible for 25% of carbon emissions. They occupy 70% of agricultural land, but they provide less than 20% of the nutritional value. Any other sector with this level of damage and inefficiency would be shut down immediately.
But what about the food? You just can't import it. That just displaces the problem somewhere else.
Quite. Probably the UK should restrict its food imports to tropical luxuries such as chocolate, coffee, and bananas. But look, sorry to harp on about this, the key is in livestock reduction. Because farm animals take up so much space, reducing them releases a huge amount of the land. In the UK, that's at least 10 million hectares and potentially more. This is what we need to use for genuine regeneration. The productivity of crops is so much greater per hectare than animals that we can easily feed everyone on much less land. With the associated reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, it's a win-win situation. Meanwhile, those herds of rewilded herbivores will need continual culling, and that will probably provide a small quantity of very high-quality meat for special occasions.
But are you saying that real meat will only be available for the wealthy? That ordinary folk won't have their Sunday roast, weekday chicken and chips, lunchtime cheese and chutney sandwiches? What will Nigel Farage say about that?
Well, perhaps I am saying that it will require changes in eating habits. And don't look at me like that. It's a bit like the climate problem in general. We all got used to cheap fossil fuels, but now we realise that's a dead end, and we have to find other sources of energy, which we are doing. Sometimes it's expensive at first. By analogy, we have to find other sources of food, which we are doing.
Frankenstein foods.
I think that the food issue is perhaps a subject for another occasion. In fact, a debate will happen right here at BRLSI on Wednesday, the 18th of June. No advert, obviously. Orson, is there room for compromise?
Well, if, as you say, organic yields are typically 20% less than conventional, but thanks to reductions of livestock, we'll have plenty of land, could we not produce everything organically in the intensive bits? Instead of a total area of farmed land of, say, 4 million hectares, we could easily find 5 million hectares. And bingo, we could still produce lots of poultry and eggs within the eastern agro part of the country. We could use culled herbivores from the western wilded areas for beef, venison and pork for special occasions. We would all top up with generic protein that replaces generic meat, veggie burgers and so on. I'll admit that some of those are not so bad. I could live with that.
Well, there's food for thought. I wonder if the sums really stack up. We'll see. Thank you to both Orson and Rebecca. I think that we haven't solved the problem yet, but maybe there is prospect of a provisional truce between sharing and sparing. Well, listeners, I hope you've enjoyed this. That's all for now. Back to the studio, and I'll see you again in a month's time.
Thank you, Dot, Will, and Rachel, and all of the speakers have asked me to emphasise that those were not necessarily their own opinions. We haven't prejudged anything yet. Well, maybe we have, but we're not admitting to it. This is where we get a bit more serious. I'm now going to hand over to Professor Lynn Dix from the University of Cambridge, who's going to give us a talk focused primarily on biodiversity conservation on farmland. And you can see that the title is Farming, Nature, and the Nature of Farming. Lynn, it's all yours.
Thank you. Well, that was interesting. We've got a really good start today, haven't we, at the issues we're going to be talking about. Hi, everyone. Good morning, and hello online. My name's Lynn. I'm a professor of ecology, so an ecologist by training. I'm based in the Conservation Institute at the University of Cambridge. I'm also co-chair of the Research Centre on Global Food Security in the University of Cambridge. And in my work, in my day-to-day, I sit right between biodiversity conservation and food production, which I guess is why I'm here. I've put some QR codes on the slide, so if you want to point your phone at it and get some more information about me and the research group that I lead, you can do that. I'll just wait to give you some time. So what I'm going to do today in the next half an hour, actually, can someone tell me when I've got 5 minutes left? Because I don't want to overrun at all, really. I thought it'd be a good idea to start today with an overview of some of the data that lead us into the position we have, particularly with land sparing and land sharing. And then I'm going to offer you a couple of three solutions, only one of which I'll have time to go into any detail. But the whole idea of this is to get you thinking, to stimulate some thoughts and debate. So here we go. The starting point. Will this work? I'll try this. The starting point is some hard facts about the land use on Earth. So we've heard some of this already. This is a representation of what happened, how the whole of the Earth area looks, particularly from land use perspective, from our world in data. So this is some visualization by Hannah Ritchie and Max Rosser of our world in data. And the top bar there, which says 29% of the Earth is land, should obviously be much longer because 71% is the ocean. And then 71% of the land surface is habitable, so it's not glaciers or deserts, and half of that is agriculture. The rest of it is forests and shrubland and so on. And then this is where it gets a bit shocking. Of the agricultural land, 77% of it is devoted to meat and dairy production and through livestock. And that's not just the area that's got animals on it, that's the area of cropland which is entirely used to feed the animals, which is why it's so large. And from that livestock slice there, you can see that it goes to about 18% of our global calorie supply and 37% of our protein. So we're getting most of our calories and most of our protein from the small area of crops that are being grown for human food. I'm not going to say very much more about this, but I'm sure that it will come up a lot today, because this is where a lot of the solution lies. This whole system is completely inefficient. We've got far too much livestock. Just try. Oh yes, by the way, so that 77%, that's the global figure. That's all of the agricultural land on Earth. If you look at the UK, it's even higher. From the latest food security report, 85% of the land in the UK is devoted to animal production, including wheat, which is being grown on the fens in Cambridgeshire, deep peat, lowland peat, being ploughed and harvested for wheat, which is then being fed to animals. It's actually madness. I'm going to take you back 20 years now. So in 2005, 20 years ago, a paper was published in Science called Farming and the Fate of Wild Nature. Some people in this room will be very familiar with this paper. It was led by a colleague of mine called Rhys Green and another colleague, Andrew Barmford. And this is the root of the land-sparing, land-sharing debate. So I thought it'd be useful to take you right into the reasons to where that comes from the data and the thinking, the logical thinking behind it, because it is a very logical approach. So what they said was, so if you look at the species which are occupying land in different habitats and in farmland, and you measure the density of each of those species, so how many of these animals and plants are actually living in these different parts of the land, and you plot that density according to the x-axis here is the amount of food being produced. So it's yield. It could be in any measure, and it's relative measure. But you've either got on the left-hand side there, you've got no yield, that's natural habitat. This is a picture of a bluebell wood, for those who are too far away to see it. So that's what no food production. In the middle, you've got some food production, but it's quite low level, it's quite low intensity, there's some habitat as well. So we're thinking of the yield at quite a large area here, a sort of 100-hectare sort of scale. And then at the far end, you've got the maximum food production. That's the relative value of 1, the best you can do in terms of pure food production. And in many places, not always, that's incredibly intensive, for example, cereal or some kind of very intensive livestock production. So what happens if you plot the density of any given species, like how many animals per unit area, on this graph? Well, some species do something like that. They actually don't like agriculture very much, but they're okay with low-yielding habitat, mixes of habitat and farmland. They do all right. They don't decline very fast, but they do ultimately end up, there aren't very many animals living in this picture on the right here. Other species, it's much more like that. They really don't get on with agriculture. They need natural habitat. They're specialised in that. As soon as there's any farming, they disappear from the community. So you have this sudden drop in yield. And then if you look at that from the perspective of a kind of moderately intensive farmed landscape, like, for example, with organic farming or regenerative farming, where you might have quite a lot of habitat shot through the landscape, it's going to look something like this. So it's going to be really good for the species in the top there, the green ones, but it's going to be quite bad for the species in the bottom. And the important logical step that Rhys Green and Andrew Barnford made here is that to realise that that also means you have to use more land to get the same amount of food. And we're faced with a requirement for quite a lot of food, although that's another area of debate, which I know is coming up in a month or so. How much food do we really need? So they came up with this framework for 2 extremes of how you might manage a chunk of land, which is called land sharing or land sparing. And these 2 figures represent these extremes. And the top one, land sharing, you have lower yield, so the yellow or the pale yellow is the agriculture, and the green is the natural habitat. If you have a lower yield per unit area, you need to have more area to make the same amount of food. So these 2 figures have the same amount of food. Or you can intensify the farmland and you get more per unit area of food, and that means you can have less farmland, which means you can spare land for nature. So those species on the top that behave like this, they prefer land sharing situations, and those species that are on the bottom, they prefer land sparing. And the big question was in 2005, so how does this look? What happens when you go out there and you measure species in landscapes that are partially farmed? How do they compare in their densities, in the different levels of productivity at landscape scale? This enraged a lot of people, and I'll tell you why. So fast forward 20 years, there are quite a lot of data sets on this now, and I'm going to show you what they look like. So this is from a paper, a summary of all these data sets, many of which have been led by Andrew Barnford. And what you see here is 10 different data sets. You've got them from Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, and South America. The first column is birds, which is most of the data sets. They're looking at birds. You've got trees and plants. I have to say at this point, it's not very surprising that when you convert land to agriculture, you have fewer trees, and therefore fewer tree species. But there it is. They chose to look at trees and insects, and the insect data sets, there are only 3, butterflies in India, and the other 2 from Mexico and Brazil are dung beetles. But what you see very clearly is that this is showing you the proportion of all the species in the studies that came out as being preferring land sparing, so they drop very quickly as you have any agriculture. They're the dark green ones. Land sharing is better for the light green species. And there's a really strong message from these data sets. Land sparing is better. If you're agnostic about which species you care about and you just go for getting the most individuals of the most species, land sparing is the way to go. Apart from in the UK, where a mixed picture comes out because there are more intermediate species, which I'll come back to. And you'll notice that very few of these data sets are from Europe. There's a few, where we have a much longer history of agriculture than we do in some of these other places in the world. So there is a lot of complexity here. But of course, this thinking has absolutely infuriated and enraged a whole community of people who work on sustainable farming, organic farming, wildlife-friendly farming, nature-friendly, regenerative, anyone who's working, and also a whole community of people who work on the importance of wildlife and ecosystem services to food production. Because it says, throw that all out of the window. It says, land sparing is the way to go. The way to save biodiversity is to intensify agriculture and produce more per unit area. Organic farming is possibly the worst thing you can do. I've actually heard people say that for wildlife. So don't buy organic food, everybody. can see where the debate falls. And basically, there is now a huge fault line, and it persists in the academic conservation community. there is still an argument. It's still going on. So I thought it'd be good to start there and then talk a little bit more about it. One of the things to say as a starting point here is that what this really shows is something that I think no one would argue with, which is that natural habitat is almost always better for nature than farmland. What matters is what you do about the farmland. So from this perspective, what you should do is reduce the size of the footprint of agriculture to the smallest possible space so that you can have more natural habitat. But not all natural habitat is equal. There's another really important angle here. This picture shows oilseed rape being grown with patches or fragments of native forest. But where in the world do you think it is? Cotswolds. It's not. But thank you for suggesting a place. So it's actually in Brazil. It's southeast Brazil, and that forest is the Atlantic forest, which is one of the most threatened ecosystems in the world. And the animals that live, or used to live, in those patches of forest were things like the golden lion tamarin. A huge number of endemic species occupy that forest in that part of the world. So that is quite different from a biodiversity and extinction risk perspective to the deciduous forests that it might look like in the Cotswolds. And that means that the impact on biodiversity of that oilseed rape is very different when it's grown there compared to here. So more recently, Andrew Barnford's group have been working on something which I think is very useful from this perspective, which is called a new biodiversity metric called the LIFE metric. It's a land cover change impacts on future extinctions. The paper that describes it is led by this lady here, Alison Ayres. There's a QR code if you want to go and read more about this. This has already been made into a government statistic, even though it was only published in 2025. So it's going to be a very widely used metric. And what it does is it takes all of the species ranges that we have for the species we know the ranges, which is actually the vertebrate species, that the IUCN has done a very good job of collecting data on ranges for all of the vertebrates, and that's birds, mammals, reptiles, and amphibians. It takes their range and it says for every small pixel of land in the world, how much of the range do you take out if you change it from being natural habitat to being farmland? And then you can compare the amount of the proportion of the total range that represents and relate it to the risk of that species going extinct. There's an underlying model, which is theoretical really, but it's also based on some modelling, some data, and it shows you that there's a curved relationship. So on the bottom there, it says it's really, I should have changed the headings of the axes there for this meeting. I think it says proportion AOH remaining. That's the area of habitat that's left. So at the right-hand side of the axis, you've got all the habitat still remaining, the full range is there, and as you go left, you get less and less habitat until you get to zero, no habitat. At no habitat, the species has gone extinct. But there's a curved relationship, so at first it does all right with the loss of habitat, and then it gradually gets steeper, and as you have less and less habitat left, you have a higher and higher risk of extinction. Obviously, the risk of extinction is higher and moves quicker along that line when the total range is much smaller. So this metric prioritises the species with small ranges. But what you then do is you calculate the probability of extinction of taking one patch of this land out of natural vegetation and into farmland, and you stack that risk up for all of the species that we have range data for, and you get this map where you get these dark red areas where there's a big risk of extinction from taking farmland, from making farmland here. And you can see the diverse areas of the world with lots of small range species, in the Amazon rainforest, in the West African tropical forest, in the Southeast Asian tropical forest, also Australia and New Zealand because of all their very special species there. It's a useful metric because what it allows you to do is put a number that's completely comparable from anywhere in the world onto the biodiversity risk in terms of species extinctions of farming here. And so if we rewild our productive farmland in the UK and stop growing oilseed rape and turn it into nature, and then what happens is we actually start importing more oilseed rape from the picture I just showed you in southeast Brazil, we are generating quite a big impact on the risk of extinctions for biodiversity. Okay, so not all natural habitat is equal, and we're in a global food system, and anyone who denies that is not really listening to the data. I would say we could go completely self-sufficient, but we certainly aren't now. However, having said that, I'm now going to come back to the land sparing idea. Remember, I said it enraged a lot of people. I'm actually one of the people that was relatively enraged by it, although fully understanding and appreciating the logic and the data. And I've always been quite pleased at the sharpening of thinking that it brought about. But there are some serious problems with suggesting that land sparing is a solution to biodiversity conservation. I've only got time to talk in detail about one of them, but I'm going to put them all, what I think are the main ones, up here so that you can all discuss it in the rest of the day. The first one, intensifying production does not necessarily spare land for nature. If you move from the pale yellow to the dark yellow, that doesn't mean that you automatically have nature conservation. You don't stop farming. Think about it. The data are mixed on this, but it's certainly true that the opposite can happen. As you get more productive in your farmland, the farmers expand the business, right? It drives deforestation rather than stopping it in some circumstances. Second one, most of the intensive food production is inherently unsustainable. It degrades the soil, it degrades the water, as well as degrading biodiversity, and it's contributing to climate change, as we've already heard, and it's not very resilient to climate change either. So this is not a long-term solution for those reasons. There are some arguments about this when it comes to livestock. I think that some would argue that intensive livestock productions can be more sustainable through some metrics, but not animal welfare. Third reason, food production depends on biodiversity. A lot of people have been making that argument with really good data sets for quite a while. And that's particularly some of the very common invertebrate species that are doing services like pollination and pest regulation. And the organisms in the soil that are cycling nutrients, you can't do away with them. That food production actually depends on them, so you need to look after them. And they don't necessarily get looked after in the land-sparing world. And then the final one, those land-sharing preferring species, they tend to be the ones that are more common and widespread, because they're able to cope in farmland, which, remember, is half the world's land area. But it turns out that it's not just the rare species that are facing a risk of extinction now. The common species are declining as well, and we just have a moral duty to do something big about that, because it's, to my mind, much more serious than the threatened species with the very narrow ranges in parts of the world that lots of people never see. Only the people who live there see those species, and even then not very often, right? So we should be looking after these common species. So I'm going to delve a little bit deeper into that. Some evidence that common species are declining comes from the European Common Bird Census. We know that in a data set that goes back to 1980, we've lost a huge number of our common birds. Somewhere around 600 million individual birds have been lost. And this analysis of the data shows the change in population, so the change in number of species over that time period, 1980 to 2017. On the left, and then on the right it's the percentage of the population that's been lost. And the birds are just grouped into the superabundant ones, the common ones, the scarce ones, and the rare ones. And what you see is that the abundance declines overall are being driven by the abundant species. It's 247 million house sparrows that we've lost. They used to be common, they're not anymore. 97 million yellow wagtails. So the biodiversity decline that we're worried about is actually happening in the common species, and it's easy to be complacent about them because they're common. But that can't go on for very long. You have the same story in insects. So there's a quite good analysis now of the data sets we have showing insect numbers changing over time. This is done by Roel van Klink, who's shown in the picture at the bottom here. And the data sets that he's using are mostly from Europe and North America, but they're plotted on this global map, and you can see the colour is representing the trend slope. What's happening to insects, or things like a few of these data sets are also spiders, over at least 10 years of time period, mostly declining, in terrestrial arthropods at least. In fact, in fresh water, the opposite is true, because the water, until about the 2010s, the water pollution had been reducing in North America and Europe. And the rate is about 1% a year, but as with the birds, when you break it down into species and you look at what's happening to the very abundant species versus the rarer species, the declines are much stronger in the abundant species. So this is the data broken down. I wonder if this will work. Oh no, it turns it off. On the left, you've got the species that were only less than 20% of all of the individuals in the data set. And on the right, you've got the ones that were most of each community, so up to 80 or more percent of all the insects were that species. And you can see that the population trend, which is shown in the y-axis here, the 0 is the dashed line, that's no trend, they're mostly declining, but the ones that were abundant in the data sets at the start are declining faster. So that's the same pattern. The abundance is being driven by reductions in the abundant species. And those common species are the ones that are delivering those ecosystem services, as we'd call it, the pollination, for example, the natural enemies that are helping regulate the pests. Those are not the rare, threatened with extinction. They're the common species. This is quite an old map now, but it's from 2015, but it nicely shows the value, the monetary value that you can associate with pollination of crops in the world, plotted according to the US dollars per hectare of agricultural area. And that colour scheme goes up to about more than $250 per hectare, is solely being delivered by pollination services. So that's crops that are dependent on pollination. They're not all, which is 3/4 of all the major food crops. They're not all equally dependent, so when you crunch the numbers, you come out with this between 5 and 8% of the food production by volume is directly dependent on small animals like bees, many of which are wild and free living in the landscape, providing that value. So even if you don't put an intrinsic value because you love bees like I do, you have an actual monetary value for these animals, in this case pollinators. So we should worry if they're declining. Now, also, I have a student called Ash Simpkins who's been looking at the status, as far as we know, of the species that are common and widespread in the IUCN Red List. And he's picked out the species that are widespread. So there's not good enough data on abundance of all those species to do it for the most abundant, but you can do it for the ones that have the biggest ranges, so the top 25% of them by range. We've called the widespread species. And these are the number of species on the y-axis, and the different IUCN threat categories. So threatened with extinction, you've got critically endangered, endangered, vulnerable, near threatened, least concern, which is most of the species, or data deficient. And then he's looking at how many of the least concerned species have actually got decreasing populations, which is that red bar at the top. Or we don't know what's happening with their population. They're so widespread, we're not counting them in enough of their range to have any decent data on what's really happening to them. Or no one counts them because they're so common everyone thinks they'll be fine, like the great auk, for example, or the passenger pigeon. So what this shows is that there are more species with decreasing populations in the least concerned set than there are in any of the other threat categories. So we should really be worried. And what kind of species are in this group? Least concern, according to IUCN, but decreasing populations? Well, the common toad is one. It's decreasing very strongly in the UK, in Italy, over the last 10 years, Slovenia, Switzerland, the Netherlands. This species, which everyone thinks is going to be always around, is actually declining quite fast. Another one, this is where I've got a sound file for you. This is a corn bunting. Probably used to be a very common sound in farmland in this part of the world. These days, I get very excited. And so do birders when they hear it. So this particular species is one we talk about a lot in my group because it is a farmland specialist. It doesn't like natural habitat. It likes farmland. And it's almost certainly much more abundant now than it used to be prehistory, when there wasn't farmland. It probably comes from a sort of natural grassland type of habitat, and it does well in farmland as long as the intensity isn't too high. So some people would argue that we shouldn't bother looking after this species because that would be like trying to save say the house sparrow as it moves in to the Amazon rainforest once you've cut it down, because it is doing that because it's an invasive species over there. It's ridiculous. You want to save the species that are in the Amazon, right? And this is kind of a valid argument. And the other part of that argument says this species is really common elsewhere in Northern Europe and Central Asia, so why do we need to bother about it? But the point is it's not really common. It's declining. It's declined a lot in this country, and it's also declining in Northern Europe more generally. And it's one of those species where, so I have to stop that again. If you remember the graph of what we call the density yield curve, where you can tell whether the species are going to like land sharing or land sparing better, this species doesn't fit that model at all, because it doesn't even like natural habitat, unless it's grassland. It's going to look something more like that. It does very well in low yielding. So this is why the land sparing argument doesn't stack up in England, and what looks better is to have some areas of farmland, what's called the 3-compartment model, with some areas of farmland in that deliberately kept at low yielding with lots of habitat in between. I don't know how much of an extent we can, how much we can do that, how in control we all are, that we can make these kind of perfect solutions. But I will say that we now, as of 2022, we have a new global biodiversity framework. And you might be thinking, so the evidence is so strong in favour of land sparing. What's the UN global biodiversity framework thinking about this? Are they incorporating that? Are they going for more intensive agriculture? And the answer is not at all. No, we have target 10. One of the 23 targets is still focused on enhancing biodiversity in agricultural landscapes, and very specifically now it says a substantial increase of the application of biodiversity-friendly practices in farmland. This is one of the targets that all the countries who are signed up to the Convention on Biological Diversity have to report to. There's a whole conversation which I don't have time to have about how you report against the sustainability of your farmland. Love to talk about that during the day if anyone's interested. So here we are on the horns of a dilemma. We've got strong evidence that the best thing to do for biodiversity, if you're agnostic about the species, to save the most species, is to intensify agriculture, reduce its area, have wild habitat. And we've got a problem with species that are living in our farmland and supporting our productive agriculture declining as well. How can we support nature on farmland without compromising on food production? Is there a way? Now, I'm going to give you 3 different solutions to this dilemma. I'm only going to talk about one of them because I don't have time. I'm going to hurl the last 2 at you just with a single slide at the end and hopefully get you thinking. So the first one is, well, we need to retain patches of natural vegetation in all the farmland. For example, flower-rich margins in the UK, or patches of trees in India. Everywhere in the world where there's farmland, there should be patches of habitat. And this is emerging as one of the targets. So the proportion of semi-natural habitat in agricultural landscapes is being put forward repeatedly by the likes of the Nature Positive Initiative and the Sustainable Development Goal indicators. And 10% is often suggested as a threshold for how much habitat you should have. Now, in theory, and this is a theory we're working with in my group at the moment, because there's some ecosystem services like pollination that actually flow from natural habitat, in theory you should be able to put some natural habitat into landscapes without losing any yield overall. So I'm going to talk you through this theory. This is a theoretical model here. You've got percentage of vegetation patch cover on the bottom axis, on the x-axis. It goes from no vegetation, 0%, to completely natural vegetation, 100%. And then you've got the yield, the food production from a big area of landscape, which might be, say, 100 hectares or something. And the blue line is what happens as you take, so this is a little piece of your landscape divided up into little squares. As you take land out of production into vegetation, your yield at the big square level declines. And obviously it's a straight line. You know, that's kind of primary school maths, I think. So there you've got that blue line. But suppose when you take land out of production, you have this little boost in the land that's just next to the natural habitat because you've got more pollinators, for example. And the level of that boost, whether it's 10% or 20% or more, is what's shown in these coloured lines. So if it was 20%, you'd actually get a little bit more yield when you have a low amount of this habitat. If it was all delivering 20% extra to the bits around it, you'd have even higher than you had without it. And so that allows you to put a line across there, which tells you at what level of natural habitat area, if there's 20% benefit from each patch, can you get the same amount of yield in total? And it's obviously the place where that red line crosses the dashed line, which gives you 13%. In theory, 13% you can take out, but I think that 20% benefit is extremely generous. I haven't seen any data really that show that. So the questions are, how do we use this to set thresholds in particular landscapes? And there are actually, I'm going to show you 2 studies very briefly which demonstrate that this is possible. The first one is in a study that was published in Nature on oil palm plantations in Indonesia. And here they're taking out little circles in the middle of the oil palm plantation, and they're leaving some of the oil palm in, but they're also putting in lots of native trees. So they call them native tree islands. And they took out 5% of the large area of an oil palm plantation with native tree islands. And what they found is that inside the tree island, which is this green bar in the middle, you've got yield in kilograms per hectare of oil from the oil palm there. Or it might be kilograms of palm oil bunches. you've got inside the tree islands, the yield is lower, but just next to the tree islands, the yield is higher, and overall, there's no loss of yield. So you can take 5% of the land into having more tree diversity and not lose anything from oil palm. And this would, well, this paper shows there's a strong benefit for biodiversity in doing that. Much smaller scale, I've just published a paper that was a collaboration with Qianju in China, in the Shandong Institute of Agricultural Sciences in China, looking at the effect of flower strips on peanut production. Now, the flower strips in this study are carefully designed to support natural enemies of aphids, which are one of the main peanut pests, the peanut aphid, and there are 3 ladybird species and a predatory bug, and they're known to eat the aphids, and they're known to be associated with an increase in yield. So if you have a little flower strip on the side of a patch of peanut, compared to not having that flower strip, you get a higher peanut yield in the peanut areas. That's in kilograms per hectare of peanuts, because you've got better control of the aphids. This is clearly demonstrated. But what so seldom happens in these kind of studies is you have to think about you have to take account of the land that you've taken out of production there. Do you have enough of a boost to mean that overall you haven't lost yield? And in this case, yes, you do, because the whole area, including the flower strip, if you calculate the yield at that scale, it's still slightly more on the plots with the flower strip, but it's not so much that it's statistically significant. So effectively, there's no loss of yield, but you have got lots of nice flowers in the landscape, and you have to do a strip every 20 metres to get that, but you shouldn't lose any yield overall. So how do those 2 examples fit with the theory? I've shown you 2 examples where between 4 and 5% of the land was taken out of production with no overall loss of yield. So if we put our line on there, the yield that you would get if the whole land was in agricultural production, 5% meets it there, which tells you that it's between the purple and the red. So it's somewhere between 10 and 20% of benefit from having this little patch of habitat in the areas around the habitat, okay? Which works with our data. So it's possible. But not in every landscape. So I've done a really careful, well, this lady here is a PhD student of mine who's just finished and handed in a couple of weeks ago, Iris Berger, and she's been doing a very detailed study in rice-dominated landscapes in India. And in those landscapes, she did the same, she applied the same theory. So this is her percentage vegetation patch cover. This is the yield on a patch of landscape that's 25 hectares, because these are small holding farms, so it's a smaller area. And instead of going over the top of the line with no natural habitat, with no benefit, it goes underneath. So what that means is that the patches of natural habitat in this landscape are not only not contributing extra yield, they're actually detracting from it. And that, we don't know why that is, but it might be because they're harbouring pests. You know, they're not managed for this purpose. They're not very high quality habitat. They just happen to be there. They look like this. So the point is, not everywhere. This is not a kind of one-size-fits-all perfect solution. I've got 2 more solutions to throw at you. The first one is, solution number 2, we've got to find farming systems that are highly productive as the chemically intensive ones, or close to that, but they're profitable and they're agroecological, and they will therefore support more wildlife. They won't support the sorts of wildlife that lives in natural habitat, but they will be more likely to stop the decline of the common species. So this is the area that I'm really focused on at the moment. This is also Iris Berger's work. This work you can see published in a preprint if you want to follow that QR code. And she's working with a system called zero budget natural farming, which has a lot of similarities with regenerative agriculture. And this is some of her main results. You've got yield with agrochemical versus agroecological. The yield is the same. And then you have profitability, which is how much money the farmers make. And the zero budget natural farming farmers are making much more profit. And that's because they're spending a lot less on chemicals. So from a livelihood and food security perspective, this system looks fantastic. It is also better for wildlife. Iris has measured birds and pollinating insects pollinating cashews in these farms, and it's better for both of them, but not very much. You know, it's not replacing natural habitat, so let's not get away from ourselves. We're not going to save all biodiversity with this, but what we might do is stop that decline of common species. And also, very important to remember, this is what the production looks like now when you compare the chemically intensive with the agroecological. What's it going to look like in 2035 or 2045 in this very arid area of southern India? Because climate change is really causing trouble already in these places, and I think we need to think very hard about the chemically intensive systems of agriculture that many people are still promoting. and how they look in the future. My third solution is something quite different. I think if we are going to do nature recovery on a larger scale, which is very much supported by current government policy in the UK, we should think really carefully about where we do that and try and target it to the places where agriculture is not productive. And this is for the reasons that the life metric will tell you. You know, if we take land out of production here, we're probably driving extinction somewhere else. There's a serious emergency services coming to help with this. And this photograph is just to demonstrate that this is not what's happening at the moment. This is a biodiversity net gain site, a registered biodiversity net gain site in my village in South Cambridgeshire. And I know, because it's my village, that it's very productive. Clay soil, agricultural land, it's really good for food production on the world scheme of things. And yet we've decided, because of the biodiversity net gain policy, to turn it into a woodland. And that's happening. And if you look at a lot of the biodiversity net gain sites, there's no mechanism by which we can target the places that are not very productive or profitable for farming. So that's not happening. And my final point is just to remind you all what proportion of all the agricultural land in the world is being used for livestock production. And we should be thinking about how to change that so that we can target nature recovery to areas where agriculture is not efficient. Okay, concluding remarks then. I'm just going to sum up what I've told you and leave you to go away and talk for the rest of the day all about this. My position is that reconciling food production with biodiversity conservation is complex, yes, but also global. It's a global problem. We can't just think about it here, because we're in a global food system. There are no simple one-size-fits-all solutions. There are solutions, but they have to be designed with global perspective and then developed and tested in places with people, with farmers, with policymakers, and preferably also with researchers, to work out whether they really deliver what is promised. I wrote this yesterday and I realised it was just a reiteration of think global, act local, which is quite sort of retrospective, isn't it? So that's what I'm going to leave you with. Thank you ever so much for listening.
Yeah, great. I think we're just going to run on a bit, so we can delay coffee. Sorry about that. Questions, please. And could I remind you that we do have an audience online as well. So if you want to ask a question, we'll bring the microphone to you. Don't ask until you've got the mic. William will come and find you.
If you could just keep your hand up for a minute, I'll come in.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for an interesting and inspiring talk, as always. I wondered if you could reflect a little bit more on this reconciling food production and biodiversity conservation. I know we've been told that sort of unknown certain terms today is about biodiversity, but to me, we cannot compartmentalise sort of the food from this biodiversity crisis as well. And especially talking particularly about the issues with livestock production. Full disclosure to folks in the room, I am a beef and sheep tenant farmer as well as an agricultural researcher. When we talk about, for example, arable production, the real issue for cereal producers is that even if they want to produce those cereals for human production and consumption, the wholesalers, the millers, have very specific requirements with regards to things like protein, where most arable farmers I know would certainly love to be producing for human consumption, but if they cannot get it into a mill, it has to go to animal consumption. So what's the solution there?
Thank you for the excellent question. Shall I take each question one at a time? Okay, so I think that's the perfect illustration of why this is a whole food system problem and not just an agriculture or biodiversity problem. There are crazy barriers to farmers putting their food into the human food chain, which are to do with the manufacturing processes that go on. The Chorley wood process for bread, for example, produces a requirement for very high protein content. And that means that some of the wheat varieties that you can grow in the soils in much of the UK don't make it, and so their price is much lower. And it's just so that's one example. I think there are probably many other examples like that where the problem here is not with the farmers, it's with the whole food system. And that's a much larger problem than that as well, because the food system itself is not only not very sustainable and driving a lot of livestock production, much more than we really need, also driving an unsustainable system. It's also making everybody sick. I mean, we've got really serious public health crisis, a number of them, to do with non-communicable diseases, many of which are caused by food. More, I think, than we know now are caused by the types of food that we're all eating. So the problem scales quite quickly into something really huge and insurmountable. But I think we have to be aware that there's much more to it than just farming. And we're all involved in that as well. But there's also some very large industries involved in it who are interested in making profit, or they would tell you they have a profit obligation to their shareholders. So it's not their fault either.
I think one of the more interesting things is the way that these kind of policies have moved into government, and particularly into our single farm initiative payments. And the whole idea that regenerative farming is a good idea, I mean, I'm a farmer, I just don't understand it. It makes no sense to me, regenerative farming. It seems that it's being designed, if you like, almost to go back to A.G. Street's farm of being mainly based on animal systems to sustain a small amount of cropping. But so how did that ever become government policy?
That's a great question. Full disclosure, I'm working on a project that's trying to understand the outcomes from regenerative farming with two groups of farmers in the UK, funded by the research councils. So I've been thinking a lot about it and in the last 4 years. And my thinking is we need to demonstrate that it is actually better, that it delivers the outcomes that it promises in terms of food production, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, and better biodiversity. And I think it does deliver some of those, but not quite in the way that is usually told. There's data coming, watch this space for that. But the question was, how did we end up here with this in government policy so strongly? So there is some benefit to it, and I don't think it in the way that the kind of, there's an extreme regenerative position which says no chemicals or anything, and there's a kind of, what we found is that there's a gradient towards it. And one of the things that I think is very valuable about it is that it comes from the farming community, and it comes from farmers noticing that their soils are really degraded and wanting to do something about it and starting to engage with soil health and with the soil as a living thing rather than just an innate substrate on which to grow things. And I think there's a lot of mileage in improving the sustainability of agriculture without completely stopping all chemical inputs, without having to have livestock everywhere, but just a moving in that direction to a point where the soil is no longer actually degrading over time. Because, the way that soils in the very intensive systems are degrading over time is when you read the analyses that are out there about how much soil is disappearing is quite startling, especially in some parts of the world. The soil is something, it's a resource that is renewable, but we need to make sure we're not burning through it. So I think that's where it comes from, and I think that a very powerful case has been made to politicians of various flavours that this is a way forward, and I think it's very good to explore. But my interest as a scientist is in backing that up with real good quality data, and I don't think that's there yet. I'm one of the people that's trying to put it together, but there's others as well, and it's really not there. And part of the challenge of getting really good data on whether regenerative agriculture actually delivers on its promises or not is that it's really hard to know who's regenerative and who's not. What we found is that we've got 25 farms in our study, and every single one of them has a different combination of practices that they've been using. We're calling it a farm fingerprint. They're all doing something slightly different. There are those who say they're regenerative. There are those who say they're definitely not. And neither of those is true. The not regenerative ones are doing quite a few of the regenerative things. The fully regenerative ones are not doing all the regenerative things. And everyone's somewhere on a gradient. So in order to understand the outcomes of this transition to something that's a bit less degrading than what we had before, you need to get some data from the farmers on what they're actually doing and measure the effects. And we're doing that. And I think there are benefits, but it's not quite as optimistic as some people are promising, I would say.
Hello. That was so interesting, thank you. I work for a landscape recovery project, so one of the post-Brexit environmental land management schemes. And I was really pleased to see that I think it fits with a lot of what you were saying, especially that last point, like it says possible solution that's designed kind of with a global perspective, but tested in places with farmers and policymakers, very like local design. One of my continual frustrations with delivering the project is around regulation. It feels like top-down regulation is really needed, or guidance. I just wondered if you could offer some reflections on that point, if you agree or not. But specifically, what policies on related to food production might be able to support this kind of thing, if you think any are needed.
So I agree. So I think I've already said in the talk, one of the thinking I have is that you need to direct the nature recovery to the right places, and there are quite a lot of cultural barriers to that, I think. So that's why it looks like a threat to people in landscapes where doesn't really make sense to farm, and this is particularly the uplands. Quite large areas of the UK uplands, the national parks, they're farmed, and there's a huge amount of cultural value in the way that they're farmed, and people are very attached to it, which I understand, but it's not sustainable and it's not profitable, and it's just subsidised by government, and there's a different thing you could do in those landscapes. And I think in those circumstances you need the right combination of top-down guidance and bottom-up people actually deciding to do something different in their landscape for the reasons that they have and they care about. Maybe it's coming in some of the landscape recovery projects, but it's long and slow and hard won, I think. It's very easy for government policy to get it wrong. I think devolving it down a little bit is a good idea so that people feel more involved and they're not just being told what to do. The Sustainable Farming Incentive did try to support regenerative agriculture, but not necessarily in the most effective way, in my view, because regenerative farming is quite difficult. It's a transition. You need some support to go through it. One thing I'm very clear about now, it's different in different places. It's different in different parts of the country. Even within arable farms, it's different on different soil types. And so you need farmers to be talking to each other and supporting each other and working out how to do it. And you also need really good quality agronomic advice, because the way agriculture works, especially arable agriculture, which I know better in this country and lots of the world, is that the risk is not taken anymore by the farmer. The risk is being taken by an independent advisor who is providing the advice on how to manage this crop. And they take the risk, and they're not invested in the same way in the soil and the place and the long-term sustainability of the business. They're just taking the risk. And it's very hard in that system. Well, one of the problems with that is that quite a lot of that agronomic advice is coming from the same companies that sell chemicals. That is still true, especially in the developing world. So that's a bit of an issue. It's not very independent. But also, there are very, very few advisors who are confident to advise on regenerative techniques. And so there are just a few in the country who can really do this and take the risk. And there is a risk. And there's not the financial services support yet to kind of provide the coverage for that. So what happens when you move from the very chemically intensive system to less intensive is that you have a period of kind of chaos. You know, your soil's not very good, your pest populations are very erratic, you don't have a good natural enemy set to control them, and you might suffer some losses in the first few years. And getting through that requires some financial support, which isn't necessarily there at the moment. So there's lots and lots of issues here. I don't know whether I've drifted away from your question a bit, sorry. Yeah.
I think we've got 3 more questions.
Okay.
So I'm conscious we've got coffee to get to as well, so if we rush through them.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was listening to your talk with what Peter said at the beginning in mind about having an open mind and being willing to change your views. So, but I was quite reassured that you came sort of back around to talking about land sharing at the end, because that seems to be instinctively where things feel a little bit more natural and balanced. But I agree it's somewhere in the middle and applying it where each of them fits. But my question was going to be around whether or not you were aware of projects that were directly measuring the sustainable farming incentive, which I think is what you've indicated, because my understanding from what I've sort of heard directly is that the impact of the quite immediate and without notice closure of the sustainable farming incentive means that lots of farmers who wanted to join weren't able to this time round, and maybe that it's about, maybe that your research, if it's directly related to the impact of that, might mean that that doesn't happen again in the future, and that the uptake is the full uptake is met. So I wondered what your project was measuring and whether it was directly linked to SFI.
Thanks for the question. So the answer is it's not directly linked to the sustainable farming incentive. I hope that there is some outcome measuring of some evaluation going on within DEFRA on the outcomes of the sustainable farming incentive. It has our work has some connection because we're measuring some of the same changes, but it's not directly reflected in the set of options for the sustainable farming incentive at the moment. And I would say it's remarkably difficult to evaluate a policy like that, much harder than I feel it should be. And there are many reasons why it's hard. One of the reasons is that the data aren't there, although in many cases DEFRA will have them. They're not available to independent scientists like me because you can't get the data, because for me as an ecologist, I need to have some data associated with an actual place where I can go and actually survey things. And when you can't get that, you can only get summary data from a broad area because the farmers need to be anonymous. So that's one of the barriers. There's just a huge problem with understanding the effectiveness of any kind of move towards sustainable farming, which is that the way in which you need to do that scientifically to have any kind of hope of properly inferring causation. We did this is what happened, and it was because of that this happened. You have to have a study that's designed where you know what was happening before, and you've randomly assigned the treatments to a set of studies, to a set of sites that are randomly allocated. Because if not, you have this really big bias that the farmers that are doing the sustainable farming incentive in this case already had better soils, already had more stuff, or wildlife, or less greenhouse gas emissions, because there's a bias in who takes up the action. And unless you can get over that, it's really hard to know whether it really worked or not. And this is a perennial problem with agro-environment schemes as a whole. A lot of people will tell you, there's loads of evidence, including me in the past, there's lots of evidence that these agro-environment schemes are very effective for biodiversity. Don't believe it, because if you look at if you could measure beforehand, and I've only seen one data set that really properly does this, and it's the soil bunting, the effectiveness of the agro-environment scheme that saved the soil bunting in Devon. They did some before monitoring, and before the countryside stewardship scheme went in, the soil bunting was higher numbers on the sites that had the countryside stewardship. It then was really effective because it boosted those numbers a lot more than the other sites. But if you just looked at the data before you even introduced the agro-environment schemes, you'd have thought that there was an agro-environment scheme and it was effective. So that shows you that there's a lot of challenge in this evidence. And I feel very strongly that the amount of money that's spent on the Common Agricultural Policy in Europe and now on all of the different environmental land management scheme activities in this country, there should be more money spent on evaluating the effectiveness, because I don't think we know whether it works or not, which is a bit crazy, isn't it? I hope it does, but
Hi, I was very interested in some of the graphs you had showing the different IUCN categories and how these have been affected. I've become very critical of the least concerned category. We've done research at the University of Cape Town in phylogenomics, using phylogenomics, and we found that, say, rooibos tea, which a lot of people know about, Aspalathus linearis, is 6 quite distinct genotypes. But the protected areas all fall, all the key ones are in areas where you can grow them, and they're disappearing rapidly. Another one, Scilla natalensis, very important medicinal plant. 90% of its genetic diversity is in one small area, which is the only area scheduled for harvesting. And work I've done with colleagues in South America finding exactly the same thing. Widespread species are turning out to be 4 or 5 quite distinct species. Any comments?
Well, thank you for those insights, is what I would say. I agree with you. So you were saying that you're looking at least concerned species and finding that they're not actually one species, they're multiple species, according to the genetics. Okay. I'm not very surprised to hear that. I mean, it depends on how exactly you decide to divide the species, right? But I'm sure that could be the case, and the species concept itself is quite fluid. So are you finding also that the least concerned species are declining, even the ones, because that's what I'm starting to see and starting to feel quite worried about.
They're more threatened.
They're more threatened.
Because people's paying no attention to them, and the majority of them tend to be outside conservation areas. Or are being replaced by agriculture in Southern Africa, as particularly these big circular irrigation things, which are wiping out vast amounts of biodiversity.
Yeah. It's amazing how even the protected area estate that we have on land, it's something like 17% of all the world's area now. It's amazing how what small percentage of all the species actually have sufficient amount of their range to make any difference to them in protected areas. So and that's even for threatened species. If you think about the least concerned species that are declining, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but it's startlingly few have any sort of coverage that would help them really, even though that's one of the main protections that's available. So I think we need to check. This is why my focus these days is on changing the way we do everything, everywhere for biodiversity, not just protected areas, not just threatened species. We've got to change the whole blimmin' thing. and the only way to have that happen is for everybody to care more about it. So this is another reason why we need to look after the common species, because we are facing generations of people growing up behind us. All of us here have generations of people coming up behind us who are seeing less nature, who are less connected with it, who are less aware, much less in many cases. I teach ecology at Cambridge, and I have people coming into the degree course in the second year doing ecology who don't really know how to identify the common trees that we have in this country. So I think there's a big problem coming, and we really need to kind of focus on reconnecting everybody, and that includes in farmland, in towns and cities, everywhere.
Just to say that biodiversity, I was part of a government panel 20 years ago, and the chairman came in and he said, biodiversity, I suppose that's about animals. And he was from the ministry, and there were the heads of all these botanic gardens and zoos and so on, and they had no idea. So we had to inform them that biodiversity is ecosystems, species, genetics.
Yep.
It's a whole range of things, and we tend to forget that.
Terrific. I think it's coffee time, don't you? Basically, it's over there, and I think we'll pause for a while. We are running a bit late, but it's been so interesting that I think it's been really justified. So, 10 minutes? Yeah, maybe 15. Yeah, 15 minutes. So it's right over there on the table. Hello, everybody. We are running late, but we'd like to get back on track. If you could resume your places. Yep. If you could resume your places, we're going to get back on track. And we are going to make some slight changes in the program. There's actually a little movie moment on the program, and we're going to delay that until later. But what we have at the moment is waiting for us, one of our online workshop attendants, who is Dustin Benton. And Dustin is waiting for us. And Dustin, could I get you to introduce yourself?
Sure, very happy to. Thanks very much for having me. I'm Dustin Benton. I currently work for a company called Forefront Advisors, which does political and policy advice for investors mostly. But my background, and I guess perhaps part of the reason I'm talking here, is that I was the chief analyst on the National Food Strategy Review with Henry Dimbleby, and then spent a few years at Green Alliance thinking and doing land use policy. And I'm going to give you, I hope, a helpful provocation. Title of my slide sort of says it all, which is, can we have it all from the land? So let me know if you're ready for me to fire away, and I will do so. Go. All right, brilliant. Sorry, I can't see anyone in the room, so if you're all frowning terribly, I apologize in advance. So I guess I'm going to start with a what do we want here? And I think that the big picture is that we in the UK, and I think also in the rest of the world, but the UK is moving faster than most other countries in this space, want lots of things. We've always wanted food. We've always wanted culture and vibrant rural economies, but we now want carbon removal and habitat for wild species, both on and off farms, and loads of things from the natural world. I think it's fair to say that to do this, most of our land will have to become multifunctional. It'll have to do more than one thing. But there are some trade-offs that determine the kind of multifunctionality we can get. I mean, a single unit of land can't do everything, can't do all these things at the same time. So we're going to need some specialization and some bundles of uses that fit together. And that's sort of the theme which I'm going to try to talk about. I feel slightly hesitant sharing this very simple graphic with you following Lynn's brilliant and very sophisticated presentation just now. So I'll do this very quickly. This is proportional. It's not accurate in the sense that, obviously I know that the whole southeast of England is not cereal production, but it's proportionate. So the areas are relevant. And what it shows is that we use around 70% of the UK's land area and an equivalent area overseas just to feed ourselves. That overwhelmingly goes to beef, lamb, and dairy, the pink and grey areas, and those hexagons include the areas of crops used to grow those animals. Most of this land is pretty monofunctional. So on the economic side, most livestock farmers lose money from the food that they produce. As Lynn, I think, expressed better than I could, farming is the main reason why we are losing nature. And looking at carbon, farming and land use is around 12% of UK emissions now and will be the largest single emitting sector in about a decade's time. And changing that will involve a lot more trees and restoring most of the UK's peat. I also want to point out just how little of our land grows the plants that we eat. But the plants that we eat provide 2/3 of our food calories and more than half of our protein. And they use about 15% of the land that feeds us, both in the UK and overseas. And this is, in a sense, why we will need to, and I will talk a bit about what we eat, our diets, eating less meat specifically, because in the long run, we will need to change what we eat in order to make space for nature, whether that's on farm or off farm. And I'll come on to the land sparing and sharing thing in a bit. So skipping straight into the meat of the discussion, I'm going to compare some scenarios and work that I did with a colleague, Lydia Collis, whilst I was at Great Alliance. It's built on work that I did for the National Food Strategy, and it sort of schematically describes how we might choose to use land and works out what the implications of those different land uses are. I'll start with a sort of business as usual scenario. So this is where we basically keep roughly doing what we're doing today. The top bar up here, and I should say the bars are indexed to 100%, so 100% is today, and less or more is the way to read them. That top bar is UK farmland, basically farmed as intensively as it is today. We constrained these scenarios to meet our net zero targets. We assumed that diets stayed the same. And so what happens is, in order to meet our climate objectives and to feed us, we expand the land area that we use overseas, principally for bioenergy. So we've assumed continued yield increases in agriculture, but we've also assumed that we need to import a lot of bioenergy to burn in BECCS power stations to remove carbon from the atmosphere and stick it under the ground. You can decide whether or not that's realistic, but the maths work on it. And what you find for nature is a kind of continued decline. And you also find that it costs an awful lot of money, 260 billion quid. A lot of that money goes to bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. This is expensive. So what could we do if we went for a land sharing strategy, if we made all farming everywhere nature friendly. So the kind of assumption under this alternate scenario is that we farm all of our land that we do today, but we do it in a low input, low yielding, wildlife friendly way. And I was really interested to see Lynn's initial research that suggests that we could avoid that yield penalty. That would change these numbers. And what we do in our model to deal with the lower yields that we currently observe in most nature-friendly farming is to adjust diets to match. So what you can see in that third bar, I don't know whether you'll be able to see my mouse here, but we have to have meat consumption in this scenario in order to fit our food production onto the land that we have available. We still use quite a bit of land overseas for food production, as you can see, and we have to grow some bioenergy to do BECCS in order to sequester carbon, because the farming system itself, configured in that nature-friendly manner, still continues to emit a lot of carbon. But we're reducing the amount of land that we're using overseas, which is good if you're thinking about that global biodiversity map. And this was very much in our minds when we were thinking about how we might use land in the UK. You can't ignore the rest of the world. I should say, though, that the overseas land use for bioenergy is still significant. It's equivalent to about 2 times the area of Wales overseas. And somebody would have to allow us to use that, or grow forests that we would cut down to burn in our power stations. But the good news is that by 2050, species abundance, and I should say this is principally based on bird species, because that's the species for which there's good data sets, it's about 12% larger by 2050. So that's a real turnaround. And I think compared to business as usual, that would be, you know, a huge benefit. We would have achieved net zero and we'd have 12% greater species abundance. Those of you who know the numbers, though, will know that that's a far cry from the species abundance we had in the 1970s. So it's better, but it ain't brilliant. And I think we can do better. But doing better involves engaging with the trade-offs, which again, Lynn covered. So I'll do this. This is just a schematic. I'll do this fairly briefly. Thinking very simply, and I think that the metaphor to have in mind here, and what I'll describe effectively as the 3-compartment model, is a rainbow that a 3-year-old might draw. So you've got 3 primary colors in a bow, and it gives you the concept. Reality is a bit more complicated. So on the left-hand side, you have high-yielding farmland, which is brilliant at growing food, which is not very good for nature, and which doesn't really do anything to sequester carbon. On the other side, we've got a broadleaf woodland, doesn't produce any meaningful amount of food, very good for nature, very good for sequestering carbon. And in the middle, you have what we describe here as agroecological farmland, although the terminology can be confusing and contested. That produces some food, not as much food as the high-yielding farmland, and some nature, principally those farm-adapted species, but it doesn't sequester carbon in any meaningful amount. In fact, almost every, with the exception, I should say, of traditional orchards, every form of agroecological farming that I've seen still emits carbon from the land. If you think about how we might use this model to do better than the low yield farming everywhere, our recommendation is to do a 3-compartment approach, starting from where we are today, where 96% of farmland is seeking to have the highest yields possible. Maybe 4% is in this alternative, accept some yield loss in order to be better for the natural world. And the proxy we've used here is the area of land under organic cultivation. Happy to take questions on whether that's a reasonable one. By 2030, the modeling we did said we should be trying to get down that high intensity farmland to about 80%, more than double the area of quasi-organic or lower yielding, but land sharing type of farming, where you try to bring nature onto the farm and accept some yield losses, and set aside 10% of the least productive land to principally use for nature restoration with significant carbon benefits. So schematically, and thinking about what that would look like by 2050, what you have is this picture here. So that top bar represents land use, and you can see the kind of roughly 3 compartments that we get to. What you can see in this scenario is that, of course, it's a net zero compatible scenario. It maintains the 60% share of domestic food production that we have today. It doesn't quite double nature, but it gets pretty close, so 1.8 times more nature. It halves the UK's overseas land footprint. So we've made some assumptions about onshoring food production for precisely the reasons of not wanting to mess up nature overseas, particularly where messing up nature would be more damaging for biodiversity. And critically, it does two things that I think are important from a social perspective. It improves the incomes of the bottom 2/3 of farmers by income, and it costs an awful lot less than the status quo. So about 160 billion versus about 260 billion from now to 2050. And I've ignored inflation here, and the analysis was done in 2021, so there's obviously been a bit of change in the economy. But we think that is in principle doable within a roughly similar amount of money annually as today's ELM budget. By 2030, I think that the 10% least productive land, which currently produces about 1% of the food that we grow and maybe 0.5% of the food that we eat, would be managed mainly for nature. So that's broadleaf woodland, wetlands, species-rich meadows, heathlands, all that kind of stuff, a third by 2030. And in order to make the system balance, we would need meat consumption and dairy consumption to fall by about 45%, so not quite half. The assumptions that we've made are that alternative proteins would be the means by which that is most likely to happen, building on the fact that roughly half of the meat that we eat in the UK is either processed or pre-prepared, so it's not the whole cuts that you might be thinking of. So the mental model to have in your mind is that in this scenario, in 2050, your Sunday roast would come from a British lamb, but the beef in your burger, or perhaps the lamb in your supermarket moussaka, probably wouldn't come from an animal, but we think would taste, if not exactly the same, pretty close to the same. One final word, because I've only got a few minutes and I don't want to run on too much, on how we might get there. I think the first thing is that we need a land use framework, and the government has just finished consulting on one, which is spatially explicit, which is multifunctional by default and is explicit about trade-offs. And I'm quite optimistic about where the government got to in its consultation on this. But the critical thing is it needs to be able to do the spatial targeting that, again, Lynn mentioned, so that we don't end up with where we got to with the SFI, which sort of said, it's a free-for-all, do what you like wherever you want, without any sense that there are more or fewer trade-offs in food production or carbon sequestration or nature benefit based on where you do that nature restoration. The mechanism by which to make that make sense is the environmental land management scheme. So the money that is given out, this is an incentives only framework. We're not constraining anyone's choice. The money follows the logic of the land use framework. So if you're in the uplands and you are losing money and probably have lost money on farm production for the last 50 years, that you are supported to restore woodland, for example, on your farm, or to restore peatland on your farm. You're paid for that, so your income improves. And in higher yielding landscapes, our view is that you don't need money just to be a farmer. You should get paid for the environmental benefits where that makes sense for you. And many lowland farmers, particularly arable farmers, make very good money without subsidy. So there's a question of whether or not we need that. We think we need a concerted push into alternative proteins, because that's the most likely way to persuade people that eating less meat will work without assuming people will make significant changes in their flavor preferences. It's a technology bet, but one that we think is worth taking. Two final things. We need to move very, very quickly. So in our model, 2.5% of farmland changes either to lower intensity farmland or into nature restoration every single year. We haven't seen that scale of change, and it really needs to happen very quickly if we're to meet our targets. And the final thing, and perhaps the most difficult one, which I won't talk very much about unless you want to do Q&A on it, is pride. My observation from having spoken to a lot of farmers and a lot of people in the food system, particularly when I worked for the National Food Strategy, is that we assign pride to farmers in function of the food they provide us, and we assign no pride or almost negative pride to people who manage the land for nature, for species, for flood prevention, for beauty, for recreation, all the other things that we want out of the land system. And that this, the way in which we make yield and food production the primary source of pride is very pernicious, especially for those farmers who happen to have land that is just not fundamentally very good at growing food. So that needs to change as a social condition for all of these scenarios to make sense. And with that, I'll thank you. Hopefully I've not gone too much over my 10 minutes, and very happy to take questions.
Dustin, I don't think that you could hear that, but you just got a very strong round of applause.
Right.
We're going to take some questions now, and I think that you should be able to hear the questions if we get the microphones round appropriately to the questions. And so, people here, hands up, please, if you want to ask a question. Lynn Dix has one straight away, so you're really in trouble now, Dustin.
Hello, hi Dustin. Thank you very much for the presentation. Could you say a little bit more about how your costs are calculated on those scenarios you showed? I hope I didn't miss it.
No, I didn't show that bit because I only had 10 minutes. The simple answer is that we have made a crude assumption that society is not willing to accept farmers in aggregate doing worse than they're currently doing. And so we prevented any farmer from losing, any of the low earning farmers from losing money. And I should just say, like, farmers in the uplands, it would be illegal to employ them in the UK because if you monetize their time, they'd earn underneath the minimum wage. So this is a pretty, I mean, the current system is pretty poor. In order to drive costs, we looked at the cost of growing broadleaf woodland or restoring peat at a carbon price of around £72 per tonne of CO2 and used that as a proxy for how much we need to pay farmers. If you are interested, I will just briefly flash up, if I can, the sum of the analysis that we did on farm incomes. So on the left-hand side here, this is what happens to a small upland grazing farm if you allow them, and I should say this is all voluntary incentives-based. Nobody is forced in our world to do anything they don't want to. On the left-hand side, what you see is the current farm income. On the right-hand side, what you see is farm income if the government were to pay £72 per tonne of, sorry, £75 per tonne of CO2 and restricted farmers from just producing plantation woodland and instead forced biodiversity into woodland. So we used broadleaf woodland as a proxy for that. What you see is their income rises significantly. The dashed line in the middle there, I should say, is the income after subsidy today, which is why on the left-hand side you see such a terrible below zero number, but in reality, most upland farmers do receive some income. The same is true on the right-hand side for lowland grazing farms on peat. Happy to have a longer conversation a separate time about that.
Thank you so much, Justin, for a really interesting presentation. Just to follow on from Lynn's point slightly and say that as an upland beef and sheep farmer, my income from the government includes no BPS because I am a tenant farmer who took on my agreement after 2023, so I've never received any BPS, and I inherited a legacy environmental stewardship agreement that only earns £6,000 a year, so that's £23 a hectare for anyone who thinks I'm living off government money. I'm not. But I would just like to know how you intend to actually make this incentive viable in the current government's sort of, well, and all previous governments since sort of 2000 have really stuck to the kind of green box WTO style of agreement where an upland farmer's income from these schemes must be based on income forgone plus costs, which means that, for example, for our breeding waders, we are offered £80 under ES or £121 under countryside stewardship for our breeding wader habitats, where on a lowland farm this is £568 a hectare. So how do you incentivise the government to recognise the value of the biodiversity versus an income forgone plus cost model and nudge them into an amber box approach, which is perfectly viable, but they really are focused on that green box?
Really good question, stretching from the WTO system all the way across the reality of farming. Let me try to summarize briefly. I think on the WTO, completely agree. There's no rationale in sticking to green box. Amber box makes perfect sense. We ought to pay for environmental benefits as well established. But beyond that, I don't know whether you've noticed, I'm sure you have, that Donald Trump is in the White House and everything he's done since he came in has absolutely nothing to do with the WTO. So if there was a time when sticking rigidly and stupidly to WTO rules, perhaps even thoughtlessly, didn't make sense, now is kind of that time. As to the rationale, part of the reason why we hooked the price to the price of carbon is so that we could, in a kind of treasury business case kind of way, and this is part of my thinking when I worked for the government, is how do I persuade the treasury to say, okay, treasury, you have to pay to meet your climate targets. You can pay for much more expensive bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, for which the economic benefits will flow largely to producers overseas, or you can pay a lower cost to British farmers to, in the case of the farm on the left-hand side, where it's 0.66, i.e. 2/3 of the farm is wooded, 1/3 of the farm remains grazed, where they can choose how much woodland and grazing they want to do. I will just ignore for a moment the tenancy question, because that's a really complicated one, if you'll permit me, and say to the Treasury, look, who would you like to pay, or how much would you like to pay? If you'd like to pay less, then farmers are the way to go. And say to politicians, who would you like the money to flow to? Would you like it to flow to British farmers, or would you like to flow to someone overseas? And the answer, in a way, then, I think, answers itself.
Thanks, Dustin. I'm interested in what this scenario, in what we're growing in this scenario, because I think that's another detail that's obviously impossible to cover in 10 minutes. But I'm interested, for example, whether a shift towards more edible horticulture is part of this story. If we're importing less, what does that shift look like? And I suppose, relatedly, are there diet implications for that?
So I didn't, this scenario matches protein, it matches macronutrients basically, but protein was the principal one that we cared about because we didn't want to reduce meat consumption without providing compensatory amounts of plant protein. So that was the main thing we balanced for. Beyond that, this bit of work didn't particularly focus on what do people eat. What I can say off the back of the National Food Strategy and other analysis I've done is that, my goodness, if we'd like to be healthy, we definitely need to change what we eat. And that principally means all the stuff that you would expect. So more veg, more pulses, much less meat, much less particularly fatty dairy. I mean, saturated fat is a significant source of saturated fat in our diets is excessive consumption of high fat dairy. In this scenario that we looked at, the type of foods that we eat would be, broadly speaking, healthier for us. But what we didn't do here was to try to say people shouldn't have takeaway pizzas or McDonald's or choose your kind of bad food of choice, because we wanted to preserve the freedom for people to choose. But what we had to do in order to make the numbers add up was to reduce the amount of meat and dairy that people ate.
Yeah, I apologise for coming in late, so I haven't heard the whole of the talk. But some people might know me here, but I ran for 30 years an organic farm in the Norton St Philip area, where we produced meat and cereals and various things, and birds and beasts and all sorts of environmental benefits. And it wasn't a million miles away from modern or even ancient mixed agriculture. The important thing was rotation, so that no field was producing the same thing forever, like many cereal fields do, or cattle, permanently grazing areas. And it was all about quality and environmental benefits. And it made me money. Despite what everybody said, it was quite possible to at least make money enough to be there forever. The only reason why I'm not there forever is I think all farmers should retire by the time they're 80, so that's what I did. but I regret it with every day that passes. And in the meantime, we had surveys done by Bristol University on the biodiversity within the farm, which went up 1,000-fold. More bats, more birds, more variety, more insects, more creatures within the soil structure, and the soils got deeper and deeper, despite the fact that when I bought the farm, large areas were flooded. So, you know, there are step-by-step things that people can do which are much less complex and remote from what they're doing at the moment. And it doesn't cost the government the earth, because actually I ended up claiming less support than I had when I actually started the farm. So I think there is another line of discourse to be had about how we can move on from where we are at the moment into being more productive, and then worry about changing people's diets. Because I know from my own experience, I sold all my meat through the farm itself, and I know from experience it's very difficult to get people to change their diet. It's easier to train a cow to walk sensibly than it is to get people to change their diet.
Thank you. I might just say one or two things. The first is that the preferred scenario that I showed before is an attempt at being a both-and scenario. So it would encompass the kind of model that you had. I would classify that in our typology as in that blue box in the middle, where you're still principally focused on agriculture, but with lots of on-farm nature benefit. And the thing that you described, which I've seen in many other farms, is effectively cutting out the middlemen in the food system. The farmers that make agroecological or nature-friendly farming work economically are those who do the direct sale model, because that means that they get a much larger fraction of the value chain. The one area where I'm perhaps a little bit skeptical is how big that market is. So far, what we've seen in the UK, and I'm optimistic that this could change, but I don't know exactly how to drive it, is that most people, whether they want to or whether they just default, tend to go through the existing food system, whether that's supermarkets or takeaways or what have you. And that business model doesn't permit the kind of economics that I imagine made your farm work really well.
Okay, much as I'm sure we could go on talking about Dustin's presentation, actually, we need to press on, otherwise we're going to miss our lunch. I think a number of issues were brought up in the questions there that we can tackle in the panels this afternoon, and hopefully we can make some progress there. And thanks very much, Dustin, for that very thoughtful presentation. In many ways, you've set us up with a coconut shy that we can throw at to see if it works. So I'm going to call on Peter Harper now to talk about some of the things that puzzle him.
What baffles us.
Sorry, yeah, I've swapped it the wrong way. Is that your?
Yeah.
There's your slides. Yeah.
Yeah. Do I just click down? Sorry. So just looking at quickly, this is, as I understand it, the breakdown of UK land use at the moment. A big chunk is the bottom, that green bit at the bottom, which is pasture. And then there's the urban bit where we all live, that grey bit. And then there's we've got increasing amount of woodland and upland, sort of wild and sort of rough grazing and things like that. And then we've got the arable bit, which, as we were hearing this morning, is roughly 50-50, a little bit more food for us, and of course we've got to grow food for the animals. Okay, so now I'd like to translate that into the three-compartment model. We keep hearing about that. So it looks as if the way forward is not to do either sharing or sparing, but it's some kind of combination that seems to give us the optimum result. So if I translate that into Yeah, okay, into that, yes. So you can see there's the natural bit, which is, the upland and all that. And then the little blue bit is the existing organic bit. And so some of you organic farmers might be a bit surprised it's so small, but it's only sort of, half a million hectares or something like that, which is organic. And the rest is conventional, the red bit, yeah? So now, just turning to what I think of as the default three-compartment model, it's, okay, you accept there's the urban bit, and then you divvy up the rest of the land. Okay, there's a third for you, a third for us, third for nature. Okay, now that's sort of, could be ideal, but it's a million miles from where we are right now. So, but possibly you could start to move on, and I think we've seen this from both Lynn and Dustin, where you could move on in 2030. There could be a lot more organic stuff, yeah, or regenerative. Let's say you could move towards that, and then by 2040 even more. And you've also increased the rewilded area or the wild area, extending it forward. And then by 2050, it might even be something like that. And then we're starting to get towards that ideal. Now, my puzzle is we've been looking at it largely from the point of view of biodiversity, but I want to bring it back also to how does it work for climate change? Because we've got to do that as well. You can't just sort of say, well, we'll sort biodiversity out, we'll get back to climate change later. And you can't do it the other way around either. So we've got to do both of them in parallel. So basically, the whole sector at the moment is putting out about that much. Yeah? And there's no reason to think that would change in this. And the rewilded sector does sequester. And we've all agreed about that. There's a lot of argument about that, but it could be something like minus 21. That's good, but there's still a gap. There's still a gap. So how are we going to do that? Because the sector is supposed to wash its own face at the very least, isn't it? Are we going to look outside the farming sector and say, sorry, we're net emitters and we're going to depend on other sectors to do it? No, we think, in fact, the other sectors are looking to us to provide net negative processes in order to achieve the government's goal of net zero by 2050. It's not that far away. Okay, and then, of course, there's the overseas. There's another 20 million from overseas, and that puts the whole thing up to about 60, and then the gap is even bigger. So this is what we get, this is what academics get, they get, and we're saying, well, hang on, this just doesn't stack up. So we want to ask, where are we going wrong? There seems to be a solution that does work, but it's so much against the politics and the general sentiment that it's difficult to do it. Here it is, you take the really roughest and poorest land and you make it nature. Well, okay. We've all agreed that that's sort of what you do. You take the very best land, grade 1, 2, 3A, and use it just for crops. And the rest is the regenerative sector, which is mixed farming. Okay, it's much bigger than it is now, so you organic farmers here, you should be jolly pleased. You haven't just got... Yeah, okay. All right, so there we are. So now, according to my back-of-the-envelope calculations, that does it. That does it. That does the biodiversity much better than it is now. It squares the circle for climate. It washes its own face, and it provides, mixed diet. Okay, there is less meat, yes, like Dustin was saying, but we can replace half of that fairly easily with other sort of generic type things. And it doesn't need any imports, so it has no knock-on effects outside the UK. It sorts the UK out. Okay, now, that's what it looks like, according to the literature I can see. Where have we gone wrong? We want to know. We want the farmers to shout bollocks from the back of them. So we don't know. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Would you be prepared to take a couple of questions and then we'll start lunch at 12:30?
Yes, all right. Yes, okay. I always expect something from Jennifer.
Yeah, this has been fascinating, very interesting. I'm curious, Peter, about your sort of conflation of the terms semi-natural habitat and rewilded. Could you unpick a little bit more? Are you saying that we should abandon 50% of the land? And if you, or is there something that's semi-natural that still includes herbivores?
All right, yeah, you've got me there. It's true, I am confused about that. I'm taking the cue from what Stuart said at the beginning in his thing about from E.O. Wilson, nature needs half. There's this standard phrase, nature needs half. Well, if we interpret that literally in Britain, that, wow, But anyway, the logic is, it seems to me, to take the worst bits, of Britain, the most difficult bits, and to just not do anything with them, just leave them as far. Maybe a bit of rewilding needs, a little bit of encouragement, a little bit of active input, but generally speaking, I just sort of walk away.
I mean, the obvious problem is a cultural one that we sort of alluded to earlier, and fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which way you look at it, the upland farmers cling on to their community and the way they've been doing things. I mean, I'm not too pessimistic, because I was just saying in the coffee break, I think the uplands are changing dramatically anyway. A lot of the old style farmers are leaving. They're getting old. Their children aren't going to want to take over. So I think there will be a slow process to the uplands becoming more open to, for instance, rewilding or forestry. But there is this sort of legacy problem of the very strong cultural influence at the moment.
Yeah, well, I quite agree. I lived half my life in Wales, and it's true in spades in upland Wales. Yes, so I do sympathise. But I think in the end, you're probably right. They'll follow the money. So as Dustin was saying, well, actually, there's more money in rewilding, and the younger inheriting farmers will say, okay, that's fine, we'll go along with that. And it's not incompatible with very vigorous communities, I don't think. I don't think you necessarily need to do sheep or you need to do livestock. You could do all sorts of other things and still have a very vigorous farming community, I think. You wouldn't have those lovely bulls, would you? No, I agree. Okay.
The last one.
Thank you, Peter. I think we've got to be blunt. Climate change is effectively running out of control. 2 to 3 times IPCC projections in the EU. Further afield, desperate, absolutely desperate situations going on. I'm an environmental engineer. I've worked for decades on this, strictly voluntarily. There are plenty of solutions. Consistently, all those solutions that have the greatest social equitability, and I could go straight to electromechanical renewables, wind and water turbines, are obscured. So, to quote Lord Deben, it's simple. The cheapest electricity comes from renewables. I won't go into the farming side, it's very complex. I'll just quote the former water resources manager of the Environment Agency in the New Scientist, 2000. Oh, he said, we've seen over the last decade or so a 20% reduction in water infiltration into aquifers and a converse 20% increase in runoff for flooding due to changes in winter land management. We're no longer leaving the fields ploughed. Within a year, his agency were just talking very generally in terms of climate change. What might the good people here think that runoff increase has been since then? It's not just carbon sequestration in the soil, it's the loss of the carbon from the soil, it's these critical risks like flood and drought, and particularly temperatures. We can pin them all down empirically. There's just not enough work being done on it because it doesn't suit very powerful vested interests.
I just wanted to put a bit of clarification on the greenhouse gas emissions that are associated with agriculture. I think that it's quite confusing to put it up as carbon dioxide equivalent because it's mostly not carbon. From agriculture, the agricultural emissions in this country are somewhere between 10 and 12% of all our emissions as a country, and it's mostly methane and nitrous oxide. And the methane is coming from cattle, and the nitrous oxide is coming from the use of nitrogen fertilizer, which we use extremely inefficiently on these high-yielding farms. 65% is the rough nitrogen use efficiency, which means 35% of it is wasted. A lot of it's going to air or into watercourses. So anyway, I think there's a lot of scope to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture within the high-yielding systems, and you didn't seem to be taking account of that.
Yes, okay, it's true. They're generally considered to be hard to abate. Most of the carbon dioxide comes from energy, and that's easy. So, but farming is just one of those really tricky ones. Getting rid of the methane is hard. Getting rid of the nitrous oxide, we've got to do the fertilization. So, okay, it can be reduced, I agree, but basically all you can do is to offset it with woodland and peat and all those other things. And that takes up space. And where's that coming from? You know, sorry, it's the animals are taking up the space. So the logic is, it's the animals that are causing the problem, and it's the animals that are preventing the solution. So it's sort of, from an academic's point of view, it's a slam dunk, there it is, there's the answer. But we must be wrong, surely we must be wrong about this. And so we're waiting to hear from the farmers clearing their throats and saying, and telling us where we've gone wrong. Thank you.
We're going to get a chance to talk about all of those things in more detail in the panels this afternoon. Meanwhile, we stop now and have some lunch. Okay, we're homing in on resuming. If you still haven't pinned up your solution to the world's problems, we can do that later, and we'll have a little bit of a session looking at them in one of the comfort breaks during the afternoon. But meanwhile, we're going to resume with a panel, and we've got Jennifer Dodsworth, who's right here on my right, and Adam Twine, who's over there, and online we've got Mark Linus, who we can't see at the moment. But
no, so Mark and Dustin are online.
Yep. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Hello, Mark. Excellent to see you. So we've got a whole hour in which they're each going to say a few minutes worth of who they are and where they come from and what their basic orientation to what these problems is. And then we're going to dive in with your questions. Okay? So, Jennifer.
Sorry, also just to say, so on the questions, so as before, if you're in the room, if you have to just put your hand up, and we'll just try and get to you with the mic. If you're online, if you have to write your questions down, and then we can kind of bring those in. Thank you. Brilliant. Jennifer, do you want to just quickly say hello and then?
Yeah.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'll apologise in advance. I was scheduled for the second panel, but about 8 minutes ago, Peter asked me to sort of step into the breach for this panel too. So I've shuffled things around a bit and I'm going to offer some reflections on, optimising livestock and improving biodiversity from an upland farmer's perspective. So as you can see, I'm also a research fellow for the Agile Initiative in the Oxford Martin School and a research associate in the School of Geography and Environment at Oxford, where I work on a DEFRA-funded project about the Sustainable Farming Incentive and Elms Tests and Trials. But we'll come to academia maybe later on. Right now I'm going to focus on a lot of what's been discussed this morning and hopefully offer some reflections in defence of farming in the uplands maybe. I'll just click. So I'll start by introducing you to Hudgilrig Farm, which is our farm in the North Pennines in Cumbria. We are an upland beef and sheep farm. We've just spent the last month lambing outdoors. We start at 1,400 foot and only go up. So it is an SDA. It's exactly this type of land that, that Lynn's been talking about this morning, that's not seen as very productive, not seen as producing very much food. We basically run a flock of Swaledale yows, which we breed with a blue-faced Leicester to make mules, North of England mules, which are essentially the foundation of the lamb producing sheep flock in England. I also have a small flock of Herdwicks because they are my passion and my joy, and I did my PhD on them and got a bit obsessed. On our farm, we have a wonderful array of breeding waders. We have lapwings. You can see a nest up there, and unfortunately a bird that's been predated, which we can talk about. Oyster catchers, curlews all over. We've got black grouse on our fell. And we've had these, our own views of these birds validated. The RSPB was up doing a survey just last week, and we're really, really positive about the amount of birds we have, and really noted that, especially the lapwings, you can see on that photo of where that nest is, it's in the middle of a very small sort of rushy area, right in the middle of a very densely one of the most densely grazed parts of the meadow. They really like to be able to see a long way. They only use the well-grazed meadows to nest. That's what they value. That's their preferred habitat. So they really reflect that kind of bell-shaped type of species that Lynn pointed to in her earlier presentation. Just to move on, I also wanted to point out that our farm is on priority peatland bog. This map here shows some of our hill sheep right up there happily grazing at a very low density just on the border actually between that sort of restorable habitat from this map that I've shown here. So this is up on those big brown parcels at the bottom. That the road line that you can see there is at about 1,300 foot. The lightest green parcels that I've outlined are the meadows. The green parcels are the kind of rough grazing where we see a lot of the curlews and the curlew nests. And then right up on the top, you can actually see where there's been some damage to the peatland actually. This is all on old mining ground. There's a lot of grips, there's a lot of drains, there's a lot that we would love to do as new entrant farmers to restore this ground. And that leads me on to talk about type of animals we keep and the role of breeding livestock in the uplands. When we talk about food production and the lack of productivity in the uplands, we assume that these animals are bred for meat. These animals are not bred for meat. These are breeding livestock. We don't talk about having a lamb enterprise. We talk about having a sheep enterprise. We are producing breeding sheep, which are an important part of this stratified system. And I was just reflecting this morning thinking, we're talking so much about how the role of animal feed and the problems that animal feed and cake. None of our cattle eat any cake, by the way. Our sheep at the moment eat a little bit of cake in the few weeks prior to lambing, but we're really working with Pasture for Life to move towards a completely grass-fed system currently. And these breeding sheep, if the hardier the breeding sheep are that breed the lowland sheep, the less cake that's needed, and the aim should be to move towards a no cake and no supplement system so we get rid of those ghost acres. I do agree that this will inevitably lead to a reduction in the livestock numbers that we have in the UK, but I still think the uplands play a very important role in maintaining that hardiness that's bred down into the lowland flocks. So our Swaledale hill sheep, she's put to she can live off nothing. She can live off a bit of rock, basically. And you breed her with a blue-faced Leicester to breed your North of England mule. That gets the hardiness and the maternal instincts of that Swaledale mother, but put with the blue-faced Leicester, it gets the carcass shape and it gets the milkiness from the Leicester animal that produces the most efficient, effective female breeding sheep. So we don't breed lamb, we breed sheep. We make sheep, we produce sheep. We're farmers of sheep rather than of lamb, if that makes sense. And the same with our cattle. So this wonderful girl, Frosty here, is one of our 15 blue-grey cattle. Blue-greys are a cross between a Galloway and a white-bred shorthorn, two really rare breeds in the UK. And she, to me, is the kind of the mule of the cattle world, if you will. She's this really nice hybrid. And again, she lives off nothing. She lives outside all year, produces a calf a year, crossed to an Aberdeen Angus. And again, that's a really hardy animal that doesn't have any inputs, essentially. And she helps, those animals there help create that diverse sward pattern that's really beneficial to the types of birds that we want to see in our uplands. We talked a little bit about policy and what policy could do for farmers. I mentioned earlier that in our legacy environmental stewardship agreement that we inherited from our landlord, our entire farm, all 250 odd acres, are in that agreement. We get £6,000, which is around £23 a hectare. So I promise Lynn, I am not living off government money. If I was able to get into a countryside stewardship higher tier agreement, which would enable me to do much, much more for the environment. You can see here what I want to do is really controlling the rushes to make sure I've got the very best of the environment for the curlews and for the lapwings. I want to be doing re-wetting of peat. I want to be doing a lot of really exciting things to really improve this landscape for nature, do exactly what's needed. What a conservationist would also want to come in and do. There's a significant amount of capital works that need to be done on this land to really make it the best it can be for nature, to be absorbing that water, improving that peat quality and slowing the flow of water down off our fell into the Nent, which is a tributary of the Tyne. So we're in a really important area in the top of that landscape. For water as well as for wildlife. But at the moment, there is no such scheme open to us. We came onto our farm in 2024, and as I work in policy, I was fairly confident, I know what I want, exactly what I want this scheme to look like. The government's set in stone that if you're going to improve your agri-environment agreement and do more for nature, you'll be able to leave your current agreement. No such luck. We haven't been able to enter anything. There were no viable SFI options. And frankly, because we wanted to be able to commit long term to doing more for nature, we wanted that 10-year agreement. We want to be able to do that capital works, re-wetting of that peat that's going to take several years. No such scheme has become available so far. But what I really want to sort of bring home here is that whether we're called Hudgill Farm Limited or whether we're called Hudgill Conservation Company, essentially what we'd be doing is the same thing. We'd be focusing on that peatland. I'd be setting up riparian strips along all of our ditches, gutters and streams to slow the flow of water, to increase that habitat for wildlife, to increase the space for invertebrates on our farm, which are the cornerstone of feeding all those birds that I've mentioned, the hares, black grouse, which are really rare in our landscape now. So to me, it's a shame that we think that the default for rewilding has to be a default without animals, and I really think there's an important place here for, in moderation, the right breeds, the right types of livestock which can continue to contribute to our agricultural system as well as doing the very best we can for nature. Sorry, that was a bit of waffle.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we'll take all three before we take questions. Yeah. So I think what we're going to do, that was terrific, Jennifer. I think what we're going to do is actually to take contributions from each of our panelists before we start the questions. So Mark, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I can if you like. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to start by taking a slightly broader perspective. If you look at our world in data, which is the best sort of go-to source really for facts and figures on, well, not just land use, but pretty much anything out there, about 45% of UK land area is currently used for livestock pastures. So that's not including cropland, it's not including land for silage and haymaking and feed for livestock. So then it's probably at least half the UK land area is now devoted to livestock if you include all of those as well. That means everything else, you know, all the things we argue about, whether it's golf courses or solar farms or wind turbines or urban sprawl or new housing estates or even HS2, is a rounding error compared to the issue of livestock and the domination that livestock has on our land area. And lamb, with apologies to Jennifer, is the absolute worst. Land area use per 100 grams of protein is, according to our Welding data, about 185 meters squared. That's so you get 100 grams of protein from 185 square meters if you use lamb. If you grow peas or some comparable leguminous protein, it's 3 meters squared. So it's 100 times, well, it's about a 70 times difference. Enormous differential between the protein conversion in terms of the land use. Now, how does this look on the ground? I mean, I've got my own local experience of this too. I live quite near Hay-on-Wye, a small town in the Welsh borders. Sort of not quite upland. The top of our common is about 300 meters. Sorry, I use meters rather than feet. It's been very sheep-wrecked in the past, but has recently been allowed to rewild to a certain extent. I have a sort of small effort to slash down the bracken, which otherwise tends to dominate. And where I've been able to remove bracken over largish areas, you can see all sorts of small trees come through. There's rowans, ash, all sorts of wildflowers, even 3 species of orchid I've seen on the common so far. And as soon as the sheep come back in, which they do from time to time when the farmer decides, it all disappears. Everything just gets essentially stripped. So each, you know, to my mind, each sheep farmer, and I'll talk about Wales here rather than the north of England, removes more ecology probably than any other UK resident, including house builders and the construction company behind HS2. I live on the edge of the Brecon Beacons National Park. There's no recent data, but fairly old data from 10 years ago suggests that the national park hosts about 1 million sheep. I spoke confidentially to the national park ecologist a few years ago, so I'll share with you what he told me confidentially, which is that the land could sustainably host 1/10 of that at the absolute most. So it's chronically overgrazed. There's almost nothing on these open fell tops in the Brecon Beacons, and indeed on the rest of the Welsh uplands as well. There's 2 or 3 species of grass. You'd be lucky to see a lapwing and a curlew, I have to say, or a plover or any of the sort of flagship species that the livestock industry pretends to be helping to conserve. There is a nature recovery plan that the Brecon Beacons National Park did. It's like 50 long pages, lots of pictures. I did a quick Control F search, didn't get a single mention of sheep or even indeed of livestock. So the major factor affecting the ecology of the national park is the National Park Authority cannot bring itself to face honestly because of the power of the livestock and the farming lobby. Lots of pictures, of course, in this report of sheep looking cute, as I agree Herdwicks often do, although those won't be the ones here. But there's no indication of actually what's causing this terrible ecological decline. And much of this land, of course, should be temperate Atlantic rainforest. And you can see in what we call dingles, which is a steep-sided valley, a few places where the trees can still get away, where they're not constantly removed by sheep and other livestock. So, you know, the issue here is opportunity cost. It's what the land could support if it were allowed to revert to a more natural state. And it's not just wildlife and wildlife ecology, but carbon sequestration as well, of course, on a massive scale, which we have to look at if we're convinced that there is indeed a climate emergency. I did a report for Rewilding Britain recently, actually using some support, kind support from Dustin Benton, who I think is about to speak as well. And I calculated that there's about 10 tons per hectare of carbon sequestration potential if you're rapidly regenerating woodland on pasture land. So huge amounts of carbon that could be sequestered in these landscapes. And there's really no meaningful carbon sequestration at all in species poor pastures, which are hosting sheep, and probably a net carbon loss over large areas, particularly if they're peatlands. I've seen attempts to restore heathland on the Black Mountains, which is our nearest part of the Brecon Beacons National Park, and they're literally flying in brash, cut brash by helicopter to cover eroded areas, while sheep are moving around, removing all of the actual natural regrowth from heather and bilberry or any small trees like willow or birch. So the whole situation we have at the moment is absurd, and there's almost no focus at all on meaningful focus on ecology. I'm not suggesting that all animals have to go. What I am suggesting is that sheep are particularly bad, and that the sort of strip mining of our uplands by sheep should stop, and should certainly not be supported by subsidies. We do have a rewilding group locally. It's called Wye Valley Wilding, and there's a local farmer, in fact, who shares cattle and some pigs around as well between some of the rewilding land holdings to try and break up bracken and sward, and also have some level of livestock production. But of course, it's very small compared to the more intensive livestock systems. What are the alternatives here? Apart from pulses, which are great, most vegan meat alternatives, frankly, are still a bit shit. I prefer oat milk to the old stuff, but I know that meat substitutes are highly processed, very expensive, and frankly substandard compared to real meat. I would much rather have a lamb shank or lamb chop than some kind of cardboardy veggie burger, sadly. And I can say that as a flexitarian because I do eat both. So I can, unlike most vegetarians, I can actually give you a meaningful comparison. I'd love to get the Impossible Burger into the UK. Unfortunately, it's banned at the moment in Europe and in the UK due to lingering anti-GMO superstitious nonsense. And we need to really accelerate the alternative protein revolution to get more protein substitutes of all types into the food system so that people can choose and have a meaningful choice. Instead, the meat industry has employed a dual strategy. They hide behind these bogus eco claims of so-called regenerative farming, and they push at the same time for legislative bans of cultivated meat, so meat alternatives, everywhere from Italy to Florida. And it's done this in alliance with the far right politically and with the Maha type, the US type wellness movement, which pushes anti-science conspiracist memes and fetishizes the natural above all else. Now, having said that, I'm a pragmatist, so I'm keen to see all forms of agriculture compete. I also understand and celebrate the role of some sheep farming and some livestock husbandry within the UK context for cultural reasons. I think these are an important part of the landscape, but they shouldn't be allowed to dominate, and they shouldn't be subsidized to the exclusion of all else. And I think we should be pushing for a switch to meat alternatives, which means a reduction in meat consumption by probably 50 to 90%. To facilitate rewilding over larger land areas. And this is really the only way that we can preserve and restore the habitats that we need, and to slow the ecological collapse of terrestrial ecosystems, which, as you'll all know, is seeing rapid declines in everything from birds and butterflies to amphibians and mammals. Brilliant. I've only got 5 minutes here. There's a lot of issues to cover, and I'm sure we'll get into those in the discussion. We've got to talk about nitrogen use, agrochemicals, but really land use and habitat is the most important thing of all. We've got to spare the land and allow it to return to as natural a state as possible. And really the only way that we can do that and maintain dietary standards on a planet of 8 billion people is to focus squarely on the issue of livestock. So overall, this is a big planet. There's plenty of food, there's plenty of land, but not if we carry on with lamb and beef as they currently are.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Adam, would you be happy to just give a few words?
Thanks, Sam. I'm Adam Twiner, and I've been drafted in a bit late as well, not as late as Jennifer, who you only found out today, but in fact, Peter asked me to stand up as a farmer. I'm a commercial farmer on the Oxfordshire-Wiltshire border, and I have been for the last 40-odd years. I'm an organic and a conventional farmer. I've been organic for 30-plus years and been doing conventional, and then more in the last 10 or so years, regen farming. Tenant and part landowner, mainly a tenant of the National Trust, and I guess I don't think I've got a position particularly. I feel like I guess I can answer farmers a little bit from a very personal perspective. I know nothing about the upland, so I have no, I don't feel I have a valid opinion or valid thing to say there. But I can talk about farming generally and how farmers feel. I also have I've been engaged in environmental activism for many years, and quite a long, 15 or so years ago, set up something called the Farm Carbon Toolkit, because I felt that it's really important. Climate change, climate emergency, climate crisis is real. It's really real, and there's nothing in farming, the agriculture industry at that time, to engage with that. So we are farmers and others who talk to farmers and others about how we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions on our farms, because we all need to do that. What else do I want to say? Is there anything else particularly? I guess, yeah, I think I'm probably here just to sort of answer questions, but I'm aware that other farmers in the room who, I wouldn't, I don't think I'm representative of all farmers by any idea, but I can, happy to share a perspective from a farming point of view. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, there might be at the back. Oh no, here we go. So we've got one there. Oh yeah. Cool. So, brilliant. So Mark, you're online. Dustin, I don't know if you are still online, if you are happy to just chime in. There may be some questions which are pertinent to the area which you presented earlier, so thank you. Awesome. So format for the questions is if you have a question, if you're in the room, you have to just put your hand up. If you're online, if you're happy to put them in the chat, and we'll keep an eye on that. Is there anyone? Yeah, okay, yeah, happy to. Awesome. So firstly, so thank you to all of our panelists. Maybe I'll kind of kick off with a kind of a quick question, if that's okay. And the first is, just as we kind of talk about this, and it feels like there's this kind of dichotomy between the sharing, the sparing kind of aspects. I guess I just wonder, are there, obviously that relates to a certain extent to the area that you are focusing in, what you have experience of. To what extent do you feel that it is necessary to disincentivize the other sort of side of that? Or to what extent actually could you simply put in the right measures, the right, like appropriate incentives for what you're doing or what you are advocating, and that would work?
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I guess I was very struck by Lindick's presentation today, because it feels like, I'm a livestock farmer, I'm an ex-dairy farmer, I'm a beef farmer, an arable farmer, and I guess the organic bit drives that quite a bit. And when I walk on other parts of the UK and other farms where it's conventionally farmed, it's a pretty dead space. It saddens me when I walk on, when you walk onto a large enough area which has been organic, and clear if it's rewilded. So actually, NEP didn't feel super exciting to me when I went down there, but it's depressing walking around conventionally farmed land from a biodiversity point of view. So I'm sympathetic and feel that sparing has got to be right somewhere, though I appreciate the challenge of making the figures add up, but it just feels that's the right way to go, because that's enough for me.
Thank you.
Do you want me to go next? I think that I hope that my approach sits, I see the sparing sharing as very much as a spectrum rather than a kind of either or. I think that there are places that look very much sparing, even if there is a little bit of sharing. And I think that goes both ways. And I think there's a really important question of scale as well with land sparing and land sharing. It's really interesting that I think some academics would interpret buffer strips as sparing. rather than as sharing. So actually, I see that on a spectrum, and I'm quite happy, honestly, for most of my farm to be sat in this land sparing space that I think Mark's talked about really passionately. But I think that the livestock still play a role, and I think that a lot of the rewilding initiatives we've seen in Cumbria already still have cattle. And, you know, the Ostvaardersplassen, places like this are still managed, right? Like Franz Vera didn't abandon the polder. He still does a lot of work in maintaining the herbivores that live there, on maintaining the water flow, etc. I don't think that abandonment is the same as rewilding, which I think is what a lot of the popular discourse has led us to believe. So I think, yeah, does that answer the question, really?
That's good, thank you. Sure, Mark, did you want to chip in there? Any other thoughts?
Sure. I mean, I'm not talking about disincentivizing livestock, the livestock industry. I'm talking about not subsidizing it any longer, or not subsidizing it to do bad things, right? I mean, these are all classic externalities, right? Whether it's the global warming potential of enteric methane from ruminants, or whether it's the opportunity cost of not having Atlantic rainforest on a sheep sick hillside. These are, you know, these are market failures that are not being priced into the current food system. So any kind of public subsidy system would hopefully try and rebalance that. I have actually been working myself on with We Planet, which is another environmental campaign network I'm involved with. A proposal for Europe to also have a kind of carbon sequestration payment system. So I think you've got to have some incentive for landholders and landowners to do the right thing in terms of the climate and ecology, and also, but without completely removing incentives for food production, because if you don't produce food in the UK and in Europe, then you're going to be importing more from elsewhere, and you'll have leakage, which potentially leads to rainforest loss or whatever in other places. So the issue here is really how you can rebalance the payment system so that farmers can be paid for sequestering carbon and for rewilding within the spectrum of what's realistic to while still feeding the population. But as I say, to make the numbers add up, you have to dramatically reduce the amount of meat and dairy that's being produced from the farming system. I mean, you know, NEP is great, and I love the kind of rewilding model that they have. But if you take the livestock density, you know, it's like, I think George Monbiot has done the numbers on this, is like 1 steak per person per year or something. So we've got to be realistic, really, about the scale implications of a fully land-sparing model, because it does then mean intensification of the rest of land, which is reduces the amount of sharing that you can have. But we need to take a fully ecological view of this, I think.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. So holistic approach on that. Dustin, did you have any other comments on that?
Yeah, I just want to think about this from a policy perspective. So my answer would be that if you want to achieve change, you do need to shift how the subsidies work. And I'll give you a practical example. So if your assumption is that you don't have a bunch of extra money to throw at this, and I think that's not an unreasonable assumption to make in the current political and economic context, you've got to start from the fact that farm subsidy, rural payments, flow principally through the lowlands. So as an example, a large arable farmer in the east of England will typically make on the order of £100,000 per year from grain sales, and maybe £115,000 per year from what was basic payments and is now turning into SFI. That's a massively different amount of money from what Jennifer receives, or the kind of the average upland farmer who might receive around 25, maybe £35,000 in subsidy, turn that into £15,000 to £25,000 worth of farm income in a good year. So if you want to keep the payments level, you've got to, in a sense, persuade that farmer who's earning £215,000 a year, good money, that £100,000 off the food without public support is where you want to end up. If you don't do that, you need maybe £1.5 billion extra per year in order to support the people in the uplands to do the kinds of things that you would need to do. That's the macro answer. There's a micro answer too, and I was inspired by the various different payments that are available. I think we need to be really clear about where we're spatially targeting some of those measures. So supporting grazing on moorland might make sense in some moorlands, but probably not in others. And we need to be clear about where we think that makes sense and how much of that makes sense if we're to get the kind of large scale land use change that I've described previously.
Brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, do you want to just quickly then?
Just a reflection on kind of what Mark and Dustin have just been talking about there. With incentives, we're talking a lot about kind of carrots and sticks, but I also think there's a really important element of knowledge and empowerment to help incentivize these changes, help farmers kind of know what they could be achieving and how they could be achieving it. Advice is something that the government's always been notoriously coy about funding, which is why we've got a horrendous land agent industry that's where, frankly, gobbles up most of those payments. And there's amazing initiatives like the Pasture for Life's Pasture and Profit programme, which runs a kind of mentorship approach, and I am a mentee within that programme. As a new entrant farmer, it's really helpful to kind of hear from other farmers who've, like Adam, who've been through that process in terms of transferring to organic or moving to a pasture-based system with no cake or external inputs, etc. But the government really needs to step up from a policy perspective and help support this knowledge sharing and this empowerment. We've had discussions about monitoring and things like that. So much of this work could just be done by the farmers themselves. Photography, AI, satellite can validate all of these things, and there's a knowledge element there that I think sits alongside the carrot and the stick, which is really important.
That's a really useful additional thing there. Brilliant. Yeah, we've got a question here. I think it's your turn. Thank you.
It's very difficult, having farmed for 30 years, not to sort of talk in language that doesn't apply to everybody, but I haven't heard anyone mention today the pressure that comes from agricultural colleges. When I kept my first pigs, I went to a very good session about how to keep pigs, how to breed them well, etc., etc. And the guy who was talking to us said, in my left-hand pocket here, I've got all the drugs that you need if your pigs are well, and in my right-hand pocket, I've got all the drugs that you'll need if they're not well. And one of the tricks of keeping pigs is to make sure they're medicated accordingly. What a load of complete rubbish and dangerous, because those drugs he was talking about destroy the biodiversity within the soil. And here we are talking about preserving quality soils, and yet at the same time, agricultural colleges are still teaching this level of chemical use for animals that they then say, oh yes, they're free range. You know, disaster, because you're losing things like the dung beetles and all the tiny little things that you never see that are vital to the creation of soil and fertility. So I think we need pulling down into the sort of ground level to talk about how we can do it more effectively, because then you make more money, because you don't have so many problems. The other thing he did teach us, which was less controversial, well, not controversial at all, was that rotation is the key. The average life cycle of parasites for livestock is about 2 to 3 weeks. And if you take a sheep and you put it on a field and it stays there for a long period of time, the parasites regenerate in the gut, and then the offspring, the bugs are dropped into the land, and then they're taken up by the next sheep, and you get a problem of worms. And so then you have to get them all in and spend an absolute fortune worming your sheep. What a waste of time. If you rotate them, which isn't that difficult, have a system of gates and paddocks and move them around, then you don't get a build-up of worms. You know, good husbandry is what's really missing from the whole discussion about healthy livestock.
Brilliant. Thank you. It's a good, useful contribution. I think maybe, as a quick question to the panel, if you had any comments on that, but also perhaps relating to that then is, are there places where actually we all want things to improve and move forwards? Are there aspects of that which kind of transcend any question of sharing and sparing, where actually good practice would be good practice regardless of where you sit on that.
Forgive me, Sam, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Well, we had a couple of good examples of some of the issues which I think are being faced, and it's similar to, Jennifer, your point about actual information being a challenge. I guess I wonder, that feels like something which people would support regardless of whether, wherever they sit on this debate.
In terms of animal husbandry and animal health and welfare, which I know was an issue that came up on our table earlier that we hadn't really talked about yet, I completely agree. I don't think that the regulation or we've come a good way with like the animal health and welfare pathway, enabling like one vet visit a year to help you, but like the extent to which it's still about kind of antibiotics, because the vets like to sell you antibiotics, is a quandary. And you know, if I went into an ag college and started talking about my farm and how I want to farm, they would think I was a raging hippie, and that they, you know, I fully agree with the point that we have a long way to go with some of our ag colleges in terms of embedding rewilding practices, in however you define that, and environmentally friendly approaches into every aspect of agricultural management. And yeah, things like even like effect testing, like fecal egg count testing of sheep is something that's only just coming in because farmers are really seeing the impact on their productivity in terms of worming and the cost of worming, etc., etc. But again, to me, it comes back to this knowledge point and this empowerment and helping farmers see that the environmental benefits are so crucial alongside the welfare of animals. There's so many core benefits from doing this work in a more environmentally friendly fashion.
Thank you. That's really helpful, yeah. I guess just to check, so Mark or Dustin, I don't know if either of you have thoughts on that, either relating specifically to information and animal welfare, but otherwise where there are win-wins, where things where we need the system to change in a useful way regardless of questions of sharing, sparing.
I mean, there are, sorry, I'll just do a quick, there are some win-wins, but most of the time there's trade-offs. Like, I've kept sheep on a small scale and understand the problems of worming and all, but if you don't worm sheep, obviously you need more land to rotate them on, or you reduce the productivity of the flock. And I think most farmers calculate that they're better off just drenching them with chemicals and keeping them on the land all year round, which is what you tend to see. And you see these very sheep-thick pastures, which let out to crawling with parasites, and the sheep don't even look very healthy. But if you to stop, and it is, as the lady said then, it's terrible for soil biology, for dung beetles, and so on. I mean, the sheep dung just sits there, nothing can eat it because it's essentially toxic. If I'd be in favour of stopping all of that, but you would probably get a drop off in productivity in terms of meat per hectare. And so, like I say, most of the time, sadly, there are trade-offs rather than win-wins.
Sure, thank you. Dustin?
Just one brief thought. There are two areas which feel like they are in the potential win-wins bucket for me. The first is methane suppressants. This is a very emotive issue, and I know the National Sheep Association came out violently against them. To me, if you can get less methane out of your ruminants, that's almost certainly a win. It doesn't stop you from having to reduce the total number, but it certainly helps. The other is the kind of integrated pest management stuff we saw this morning from Lynn. I was looking for this when I was on the National Food Strategy. Is there a way of getting lower input without having to give up yield? There was very little evidence. Insofar as there is, these are good techniques that conventional farmers, in my view, could benefit from.
Fantastic, thank you. Adam, did you want to chip in on that?
Yeah, no, I haven't got anything to add.
That's cool, brilliant, thank you. Any other, oh well, we've got a few. So should we just take two questions? So Stuart, are you happy to ask a question and then ask one there, and then we'll see where we get to? Stuart.
Are we happy that what we're talking about is likely to result in lots of regenerative agriculture in the west of England and a completely different situation in the east of England? If we're looking for wins in terms of biodiversity, I guess that if I lived in the eastern side of the country, I might be a bit unhappy that I was being abandoned to Silent Spring.
Yep. Thank you. And then we'll be happy to just grab that on question now.
It's just that wonder about how we can counter disinformation. For instance, Arla Foods, were doing what I thought was valuable work on, suppressing methane in cows. Suddenly, there's a huge outcry, and it's been a terrible thing for Arla Foods and a terrible thing for any future work in that area, I think.
Yeah.
And how do we combat anti-science?
Fantastic, thank you. So 2 really excellent questions. So the first around, okay, might we risk ending up with a sort of an east-west kind of divide, very different practice there, and is that actually acceptable? Secondly, around actually how do we combat misinformation in this? Mark, I don't know if you have any thoughts on either of those.
The east-west thing's interesting, actually. I mean, the west of England is Wales, by and large, and in fact, I should have said Bynau Brycheiniog rather than Brecon Beacons. These landscapes are very different. They've got different geology, they've got different ecology, they've got very different soils, and very different potential productivity. So compare that with, the east of England, Norfolk, and so on. You're looking mainly at arable there, and I don't think anyone's suggesting that arable farming needs to go away. It's highly productive on if you compare it globally. I've seen, wheat or maize cultivation in Africa, and they're getting 1/10 or 1/20th per unit of land area because they don't have the inputs, they don't have the machinery, they just don't have any of the advantages of modern agriculture. And an example of things being in the wrong place might be all of the chickens, the poultry on the Wye and the Severn catchments, which have really destroyed the ecology of the river completely. I swim in the Wye quite often. I was actually in it yesterday. There's none of the weed. We could reel off the statistics about what's happened to the aquatic invertebrates and so on, primarily from phosphates, but also from nitrogen from poultry farming. And that's been because the manure's been spread on the land. And another trade-off here, free range is worse because you've got the poultry outside, and so the runoff can go more quickly into the rivers. The only options really are to have poultry farming, or where you've got this very concentrated production of nutrients and manure in places where you can use it directly in flatter arable landscapes. And so for now they've got to try and export this out of the catchment, but it needs drying and it's very uneconomic to do. Would have been better to have the poultry sheds in the east of England to start with. So you need to think about the circularity of nutrient management and what's appropriate on a kind of landscape scale before you go for these things.
Fantastic, thanks, Mark. Did either of you guys want to comment on either of those? They're more the big picture.
I'll comment to Stuart's question. My sense within the broadly called regenerative agriculture movement is certainly a sense for livestock to being integrated back into arable farms, and that is happening, I think. I guess as an organic farmer, it feels there is livestock-free organic farming, but for large-scale farming, you need livestock, and I guess that's where the biodiversity benefits come in, I believe, from having livestock and a range of habitats on your farm. And the challenge which Peter threw to us earlier is how do you get the production is the challenge. As an organic farmer, I get 1/3 of my yield to what I get off my. As a dairy farmer, it made very little difference. Beef farmer, not. I think Mark made the point about intensive farming, and I guess that's one of our challenges, whether we're prepared to accept intensive farming of any sort, whether it's arable or chicken or sheep or not. And if we accept it, that's how we do that. I feel quite strongly that I'd like to think in 30 years' time we'll look at intensive farming as we maybe looked at slavery or something like that. We'll see it as really how could we have done that? But that may not be the case.
That's useful. Thank you. Sorry, Dustin, I don't know if you had anything on that, on the east-west aspect.
Yeah, I'll be a bit provocative and say are we trying to defend an imagined England that doesn't exist? I mean, my experience of the east of England, where I've spent a bit of time, is it's basically grain. It's not the Midwest of the United States, so there are still hedgerows, but the reality is that there's already a huge difference in the natural environment between east and west, which we have accepted, whether actively or not, over the last sort of 50 years. If you want to change that, I guess to me, there are two questions. The first is, how much more would you like to spend? Because as Mark says, that arable land in the east of England is globally competitive. You know, I think that the highest wheat yield per hectare keeps going back and forth between a New Zealand farmer and a Northumberland farmer. So not quite east of England, but same basic type of land. And the second is, insofar as you reduce production to create space for something else, how much do you want to spill overseas in your land use? And if you don't want to spill overseas, then you absolutely have to change your diet, and that principally means reduction in meat and dairy consumption.
Great, thank you. Link, yeah. Oh, so we've got a couple of comments online. Just one. Oh, brilliant. Is it all right if we'll go to that and then just keep...
Shall I read that now quickly and then we do it at the same time?
Yeah.
Possibly it's a question we actually want to leave till next month. Okay. But it's about how much protein we actually need, whether there's a drive towards, whether there's a desire for animal products that is... I'll just read out the question. The commonest, this is from a vegan, the commonest question I have been asked is, where do you get your protein from? I always ask, how much do you think an adult needs? Answers are crazily high as amount of protein that people need. Answers are crazily high. I suspect that much of the drive to eat animal protein is actually not about the protein, but about the minerals and vitamins in animal foodstuffs, which are often missing in highly processed vegetable foodstuffs. I don't know if that's something you want to try and address now, or if that's one we want to leave for next month.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Should we hold on to it for a moment? We'll just see where we come to. Yeah, thank you. Lynn had either a question or a point there.
Thank you. I just feel like I should defend the east of England. I'm from I'm from Cambridgeshire, and we are working with farmers in East Anglia, and there is a huge amount of enthusiasm and really, really good practice demonstrated on nature-friendly farming and regenerative farming in very large areas in the east of England. It's not necessarily what you see when you go there for a short time, but there's quite a lot. And our research is showing in the East Anglian farmers that are doing a good job of the regenerative transition, their yields are not less. Their wheat yields are the same as the yields in the very conventional farms. What there is, though, is a requirement for rotation, so they're resting the land a little bit. So from a larger scale, their yield is going to look much less because of the taking land out of production every few years to build the soil back up in like a lee or something. So I think that that might be okay if you genuinely bring livestock back into that system, because then you have some meat production, which is part of that system. And the final thing to say is those farmers are more profitable because they're putting less inputs in, they're buying less, and they're using less synthetic inputs. So they do make more money, and field by field, per hectare amounts of production is not less.
Thank you. Jennifer, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I guess I was also going to say that I know a lot of wonderful... I kind of naively assumed that east of England was the sort of centre of regen ag, actually, in my work with the Sustainable Farming Incentive Pilot. And shout out for the British Ecological Society Symposium next month in Oxford, where we have a wonderful Suffolk SFI pilot farmer coming to talk about his incredible work in sort of agroforestry. He's doing a Nuffield scholarship on nut trees and their integration into arable farms. He's done so much experimentation into sort of more nature-friendly techniques. I just wanted to briefly return. We haven't really discussed the gentleman at the back's point about misinformation and Bova. And I think Arla's in a really difficult position. I really see they're trying to innovate, but they've also, as many wholesalers have, lost a lot of trust from their farmers, and I think the press has taken hold of something. You know, the same thing happened when we saw when Derek Gow got the Nazi cows and brought them to Devon. You know, the Heck cattle that we have that were in Ostvaardersplassen. They grab onto this idea that it's something alien and frighten the living daylights out of folk, don't they, sometimes? But Arla's got a lot of work to do, frankly, with regaining the trust of their farming community and a lot of the top-down policies that they employ, I think. If it was more co-designed and more meaningful dialogue was held with the farmers before they imposed these policies, I don't think there would be the same backlash personally. The same thing happened, their climate check scheme last year, they reduced all their prices at the end of 2022 per litre by like 11 pence, and then said in the spring, oh, we're going to increase your prices by 8 pence a litre if you do all this stuff. So I'm still getting 3 pence a litre less, but I have to do much more. So I think some of these companies need to take account for how they treat their producers and work with them and bring them along on these journeys more effectively to reduce this misinformation and this sort of knee-jerk backlash that happens with a lot of innovation and change.
Fantastic.
Can I comment on the misinformation thing? Which I find slightly triggering, actually, because, people tend not to look in the mirror when this issue comes up. But, the organic lobby for 2 decades has been promoting misinformation about the safety and relevance of GM crops, and a good deal else besides. So there are reasons why people get the wrong idea about things, which should be scientifically evident if you were to, look at the scientific journals and so on. But people don't, because there's interest at stake. And the same actually from the meat lobby about, and I'm not, blaming the organic industry here specifically, but about the role of methane, even in global warming. And you hear a lot of regen ag proponents say that, well, you need cattle on the land because that's sequestering huge amounts of carbon, and they deny the impact of methane, which of course has this enormous global warming potential, and probably one of the main reasons why the globe is currently warming so rapidly. And, we know that agriculture is about 1/3 of methane emissions. So let's just look in the mirror when we worry about the misinformation issue and make sure that we get our own facts right first.
Thank you. Yeah, this issue of information, both how it's presented and the knowledge which we have, has come across a bit more strongly than I'd imagined. So really interesting. Any other questions from either the room or online? Wow. Oh, yeah.
For 7 years, I ran a small holding in Wales under the Tir Gofal and Tir Common Agri-Environment schemes. And in that, we put in 5 ponds, about 8,000 trees, regenerated all the hedgerows, ran an Airbnb, ran honey, and my neighbor was of a scorched earth variety. He had thousands of sheep, totally surrounded me, built a feedlot at the top of my spring, and destroyed half the work that we had created. So adjacency is a very important thing. And I was wondering if anyone else had been involved in the Welsh environment schemes. We found it really productive. One of my top fields, we had an open day with the Department of Agriculture, and they came in to show what Tir Gofal could do. And everyone gravitated to my top field, which I'd kept aside and used the Alan Savory rotation scheme, high-density grazing at certain times of the year. Had 5 species to start off with. 7 years later, there were 63 species.
Wow.
Pharmaceuticals virtually dropped, and we ran rare breeds, 7 rare breeds of sheep and cattle. So I know from my own experience on 40 acres what you can achieve, and my income wasn't much less than this big farmer behind me who was destroying the environment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Good. I spotted in the comments, there were a couple of other points around diet and food and so on. So I'm just going to quickly plug, I think it's the 18th of June, isn't it? 18th of June. So a whole day dedicated to looking at some of that.
Sorry, can I just say about the food thing, the protein substitutes? I really appreciated that comment about, for God's sake, what's all this stuff about protein? It seems to me that most of the substitute proteins things are about substitute umami. They're not really about proteins. I mean, protein is, egg white is protein. It doesn't taste of anything. Tofu is protein. I mean, who wants that? No, well, what we want is umami. We don't want protein. We need umami. Thank you.
Okay. I think, so we did have a question on that in terms of where does protein come from, and I think it's a similar kind of issue that you're addressing there. I guess I just wanted to we've got maybe sort of 9 or 10 minutes, maybe if each of the panelists, if you have 1 or 2 minutes of any final thoughts you want to share with us, either relating to protein and the source of that, or anything else which you've been kind of mulling on. Maybe Dustin.
Shall I kick off? And I'll be provocative. The first is, I really like tofu, but my mum fed it to me when I was a kid, so maybe I got the taste of it when I was young. But the more serious points are, I want to pick up on a couple of things that came out of the conversation. One is the kind of scale of land sparing that might make sense. In the analysis that I've done, it's pretty agnostic to how big the size of your spared area is. So in principle, it could be a field, it could be, the size of Greater London. The real question here, as I see it, but I'm not a biologist, is what type of biodiversity do you want where? My simple understanding is that you only get certain types of nature at certain scales. So there are benefits to mosaic landscapes, but if you want a bittern, I'm trying to remember my friends from the RSPB's quote, I think you need 13 hectares of wetland, and you do not get bitterns if you have smaller areas of wetland than that. So as we think about what the right scale is for sparing, that I think is a missing piece of the discussion. The other thing that I wanted to bring out was we touched very slightly on this question of rewilding versus semi-natural habitat. I tend to use the term semi-natural habitat because for me, I'm trying not to trigger that debate, but I think it's a useful one. My observation is that I see it more about people's perception of will and intentionality in the landscape. And to me, I think it's a bit of a red herring if you see it as rewilding being about sweeping people off the land and ditching them entirely. All of the stuff that I've seen on rewilding says that you maintain people in the landscape, in Europe anyway. I think North America might be a different conversation, but they're employed very differently, whether it's in restoration or indeed in tourism type activities. But what we haven't really had, I think, in the UK is an interesting debate about whether or not we want nature to deliver outcomes, kind of leave it, as it were. So natural regeneration of woodland, for example, rather than planting, or that we want is a cadre of people who we pay to manage the landscape very intensively for nature outcomes.
Great, thank you. Mark, can I jump to you for just a 2-minute final thought?
Sure. I mean, a couple of things I left out of my remarks at the beginning. Not all meat is the same. Beef and lamb, and obviously dairy, because that's part of the beef industry, is really, really bad. Pork, poultry, much less so. Even aquaculture, well, that has its own issues. So it's not as if we have to end all animal consumption, although many vegans would support that, and I entirely sympathize with their position. I think if we're going to look back at and equate it with slavery, the issues are going to be about how we treat animals, eating animals, and animal welfare more generally. Again, if we were not to worry about animal welfare, then the most concentrated animal feeding operations will be the best ones, because they use the least inputs. They bring animals up to marketable weight much more quickly with much less feed. You control the manure, blah, blah, blah. But it's not a very nice life for the animal. And so the only way really to square that circle is to move off animal agriculture and livestock use altogether, and look much more at plant-based substitutes and alternative proteins, and even potentially cultivated meat, which I think should be encouraged, but it's a long way off from being marketable. And I don't think the environmental impacts of that are clear when it's done at scale. We'll have to see how that pans out. But I think we should encourage all forms of scientific innovation in the food system. But and just keep an eye on the bigger picture. Like, as I say, everything else is a rounding error. It's really about beef and lamb over very large scales. And if you can take even half of that land back for nature, then we'd straight away reverse the biodiversity declines that we've seen in this country.
Fantastic, thank you, very clear. Jennifer, are you in the middle of writing? Do you want to say a couple of things?
I can arms waffle a bit. Thank you. Yeah, they're both very interesting, thought-provoking final comments from Mark and Dustin. With my beef and sheep farmer hat on for this session, I'd like to see a place where there's room for everything, which I think is kind of what the third compartment model is trying to achieve. And I believe I could deliver a lot of that 13 hectares for wetland on my farm whilst the blue-greys are there and grazing it in a non-intensive manner. We are planting scrub, we are planting trees, we are in areas suitable for that alongside the peatland restoration that we'd love to commence if we can actually afford the capital works. I do agree that there has to be a reduction in meat consumption. I think that's something very interesting to discuss where, like I say, I'm probably like the raging hippie type of upland hill farmer versus my partner who's very meat and two veg. He's like have a pork chop with sausages as his side dish is kind of his approach, whereas I'd quite happily be a flexitarian. But I'd also like to just pick up on the point about rewilding and people in the landscape. And the talk about employees. I think farmers in these areas are not farmers for the money, however much we think they are financially incentivized. And they don't see themselves as employees. They see themselves as, embedded in that landscape. For example, the landscape I was from in the North York Moors, my family can be traced back as farmers to church records in that Dale Head where I grew up. Like 1600s, and that may be valid to some people and it may not to others, and I accept that, but I think this move to seeing people as employees is a big part of the resistance actually to a lot of the changes that we see, a lot of the rewilding projects we see. There isn't necessarily issue with the agreement itself and the initiatives that it delivers. There is resistance to how it's done to the local community. We see that in examples in Cumbria quite a lot right now, in fact, including a couple of the landscape recovery projects. I know there's a lady at the back, like the way that these projects are managed and the governance structures of these projects is a key part of why they fail in cases. In Wales, the Summit to Sea project collapsed and was replaced with Tear Canal, middle ground, something that's co-designed with the community, with the people who live there. I think we would see a lot more move towards rewilding approaches if it was done with the local community, taking them where they are now and starting that dialogue at the beginning. I think there's so much scope there for every type of landscape we want to see, including what Mark's been talking about.
Thank you. Really, really helpful. I guess we will be having another panel in a moment looking at some of the other issues actually has they affect farmers, and so these are some really key things which it might be good to delve more into then as well. But Adam.
Thanks, Sam. No, I've got nothing more to say. I appreciate the opportunity to listen and reflect and hear other opinions, so thanks.
Great, thank you. Brilliant. So thank you to all of our panelists and the people who've raised questions. I'm just going to, I found that really interesting. So I think, should we have 10 minutes? Yeah. So we'll have 10 minutes for a quick break. So really quick, really. And then we'll come back for the second panel at 22.
So this is our second discussion panel of the afternoon. And we've previously discussed animals, carbon emissions, and biodiversity. And now we're sort of moving on to looking at how practical these ideas might be for farmers. We've got a panel here in the room with diverse experience. Two of our panelists, Hannah Needham and Rachel Hamilton, are people who are involved in landscape recovery scheme level implementation through the environmental land management ELM schemes. And so they have experience of actually talking to landowners and farmers on the one hand and DEFRA on the other. Would that be a fair thing to say? Yeah. And we've also got yet another farmer, Phil Bryant. Phil's a friend of mine, and he's very nobly allowed me to strong-arm him onto the panel this afternoon. And Phil will tell you about his farming activities in a minute. And we've also got online, I think, Angarad James. Is that right? No. Okay. And we've got George Monbiot, who's right here on your screen in front of you. And I would hesitate to say that George needs no introduction. Probably he doesn't really, but we've already taken his name quite a bit while not being able to see his reaction. George too talks to a lot of farmers and knows what they think. So I'm going to cut out the section where we ask our panelists to tell us more about what they actually do, and maybe they will do that as they first start to speak. And so we're addressing the question of how can farmers actually achieve a mix of rewilding and regenerative farming? Does it even look possible? Is it actually already happening? And so I'd like to ask Phil to speak first, if he would. Phil, you're a farmer with experience of trying to keep lots of balls up in the air all at once. How do farmers actually make a living?
Well, not through farming. So I started farming in the 70s, just 8 miles from Bath, and pretty soon realised that there wasn't a huge profitable future in farming. And so we diversified extensively, and it's really carried on for the last 40, 50 years. And I think our future on the farm going forward is in the diverse elements rather than in food production. But we are still in food production. I mean, we grow bread-making wheat, oilseed rape, mostly for human production, human feed. We do grow some winter barley, which goes to animal feed, and just started growing maize to sell to a neighbouring dairy farmer. So again, that will go into, that's animals, then humans, obviously. But outside of that, this is where it's interesting talking about the East and the West. So all that goes on our productive, or not very productive compared to the East of England, land, and we have land that's even worse than that, and that's where we concentrate environmental schemes. And we have been in a higher level stewardship scheme now since they were invented, I think, and where we grow wildflowers, basically, organically, and we have to have animals then to consume the produce, the fodder that we make off that, and to graze the land. So, I mean, not that we're a model for the country, but I think we should try and concentrate our food production on the land that can produce food. I think there is that move for a kind of middle way of some animals existing where they can enhance the habitat. That may be limited, but there's some areas of that. And because we only have a small farm, we haven't got really anywhere much that we can go that third step. And give up production completely and just do rewilding, the areas would just be too small.
Yeah, okay. So, Hannah, you've spent quite a bit of time approaching farmers to suggest that they do something different. How do they react to that?
So I used to be a rewilder, which was one type of interaction with farmers, talking to them about what I was planning to do on the land that I managed. However, since then, I've worked on landscape recovery and I've had the benefit of actually working with farmers that already want to do this. So the farmers have actually effectively approached us and said, we've got land that we cannot farm in the way that we used to. It's always underwater for this many months of the year. I was working on really, really nice chalk stream floodplains before, and the land just wasn't productive in the way it was before. And the head of the farming cluster effectively said that he was now seeing his fields as kind of yields of lapwing and of species instead of productivity in the traditional sense. So I've been very privileged in that it's come from the farmers that I've been working with. And more recently, so that was a landscape recovery project that I managed. And then more recently, I've stepped into consultancy. So I'm now a finance consultant for landscape recovery projects, working with a variety of different ones in the uplands and salt marsh and all different types. And what I found very much, and what I've heard anecdotally as well from areas of the country that I've not worked in, is that these landscape recovery schemes, these multi-farm collaborations, are working really, really well when the will and motivation is coming from the farmers, and it doesn't work as well when the schemes are sort of top-down from an NGO or from Natural England or Environment Agency. So if we can put farmers in a position where they're in the driving seat more and give them the support we need, it works a lot better.
So, yeah, but we're not going to see change on the extent that's needed unless some of the farmers who don't think like that start to think like that. How is that going to happen?
I think, so this is one of the things we discussed a lot when I was in Rewilding, is where do you focus your efforts when it comes to trying to persuade people to see your view and trying to persuade people to support you and back you. And we sort of broadly broke it down, and you've got people that are anti, and they will never see your point of view. And the harder you try to persuade them, the harder they'll fight against you. You've got your sort of swing voters in the middle, and then you've got your pros. And what we used to do is focus our effort on our pros and our swing voters, because effectively, if you can demonstrate that what you're doing adds value and it works and that people enjoy it, eventually other people sort of want to follow suit and want to get on board. And I feel like when it comes to working with farmers, they will be persuaded by other farmers doing well, by other farmers being successful, by other farmers diversifying their farm businesses, getting them that financial support. So it's not going to come from outside the farming sector. I don't think it's going to be people within the farming sector leading the way and making it possible for others to follow suit.
Well, this is very interesting. I mean, Isabella Tree, in her book Rewilding, reporting what her husband, Charlie Burrell, said was that actually he couldn't make a living farming his very extensive acres, and that was a major reason for his enthusiasm for rewilding the Knepp estate. Would you not say that, therefore, that there's a population of farmers who are anti-rewilding, despite the evidence of their bank balance? I mean, why are they not coming on board if actually it's so hard to make a living?
I think that, unfortunately, money does drive a lot of these decisions. So the decision to rewild Knepp was financial, because they got to that situation not through choice. And then there was an education piece that kind of they gradually learned and they gradually changed, and what they discovered was transformational. But I think our funding system for agriculture is changing, and it's going to force some of these changes. So there'll be part of the changes we're going to see are people being inspired and people learning through great case studies. And then part of it will be the agricultural system, and the subsidies are going to change. And natural capital markets, which is what I work in, is as these markets develop and you can get payments for carbon and biodiversity there and water benefits as well, there will be so many new opportunities that I think the business case will become so clear that whether or not you're pro-wildlife, pro-rewilding, I mean, I also don't really think that anyone's anti-wildlife or rewilding. It's people are backing their corner because actually they have to have a business case and they have to be able to make it work. So I think it's going to be, if we focus on the opportunities, the challenges are real, but if we focus on the opportunities that are coming up through these markets, through changes in landscape recovery funding and otherwise, these things will naturally shift over time.
Rachel, you try to persuade people to plant trees on their land. Is that a reasonable summary?
Yes and no. So my role is I manage a landscape recovery project just west of Bath, and the project sits underneath a woodland creation charity. So we do have 2 big woodlands nested within the project area, but actually the work that we're doing as part of landscape recovery is not so much around talking to farmers to create woodland, but rather connecting those woodlands up where it makes sense. So, for example, we have a big focus, our landscape recovery project has a big focus on the protection, enhancement or creation of various habitats, including wetlands, species-rich grassland and woodlands, but the woodlands sit under, we own the woodlands as a charity, if that makes sense. So it's really, the focus really is around creating wildlife corridors through the landscape, and we work with 6 other farmers across 860 hectares just west of here.
But nevertheless, basically what you're talking about doing is sacrificing income from other farming activities in favour of creation of new habitats. So what motivates a farmer to say, okay, I'll forego that income? What is their aim in the longer term, do you think? Is there an income stream from it in the end?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I might answer it in a very convoluted way, but I will keep in mind. I think what I would say is that the farmers that we work with very much see the opportunity that landscape recovery brings, because by working together and joining up your approach, there's an opportunity to have a real impact over this landscape. So, for example, a really good example of that is that we work across the River Chew, and so if farmers join up in their conversation, there are various bits of unproductive land across all the different farms, but if there's a joined up approach and you re-wet the land, then you can reduce flooding and that benefits everybody. So I think it's not so much that they're seeing it, and it's not so much that it is sacrificing income and land over to just rewilding or creation of woodland or whatever. I think this land is already unproductive, and I think that there is an increasing understanding that the climate crises and the biodiversity crises that we face is just going to increase that problem even more. So landscape recovery is a way of de-risking what is just only going to become a worsening problem as we move through the next few decades. Right. So I think that they really recognise, the farmers that I work with, I think really recognise we hear it from them, advocating and recognising the opportunity of a landscape scale solution. And I've just talked about flooding, but there are lots of other different benefits to that. And I really would say that the ambition and will is there, and the funding with landscape recovery is finally kind of matching that. It's been really interesting for me. I'm not a farmer, so I should really caveat that. But absolutely the ambition and will is there. And they recount stories of, we work with farmers whereby their farms have been in their family for generations. And they recount stories of the different species on the land with great sadness because they have declined. But of course, they have been forced to adopt certain land management practices because of the subsidy systems. And so I think there is a widespread recognition, positive recognition, that landscape recovery and SFI and CS really bring with it an opportunity to invest in nature. But I would say one of the challenges alongside that, which I think is very fair enough, that there is a lot of mistrust in DEFRA and the system. And I think that that's just a huge thing, that we can only do so much to remedy. There really has to be. And I think there is this like large scale, say it with your chest kind of commitment from DEFRA, which I think is happening through landscape recovery.
Yeah. So really, if I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly, you're offering farmers the opportunity to do something that's ecologically worthwhile and telling them that actually it's not really going to cost them very much in terms of lost income. But is there a capital cost?
We're not really telling them that. We're hearing them. We're following their lead on that. And the way landscape recovery offers an opportunity to basically create a subsidy scheme, which is as big of a headache as it sounds. But with that, it's not so much that they will lose income. It's that the ecosystem benefits that always has sat with people who manage the land are now being internalised in some way and being paid for. So it won't so much be a loss of income. I can't remember your last bit of the question.
I wondered whether there was a capital cost to them.
Yes, so that's part of the budget that we'll be submitting to DEFRA. So this is a bit of a
I see. So there's grant money available to get the diggers in or whatever.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a practical detail, but we're working with farmers to come up with this long-term context-specific plan for what landscape recovery looks like in the Lower Chew, and then we will submit that plan to DEFRA later this year, and then DEFRA have a few months to work out whether they want to fund it. But within that plan, we'll be putting all costs, including capital costs.
Because the schemes carry a 20 to 30 year commitment, which is quite scary for some farmers who have been used to a 5 to 10 year funding cycle. So the premise that most landscape recovery projects are working to is that you should be, if by signing up to the scheme, you should at very least be in the same financial position as you would be under stewardship, and at best you should be earning more or significantly more, with the opportunity as the private markets develop to earn more in the future, but all capital costs should be covered. That's the basis that DEFRA and we are working towards. It's just working out how to do that.
Hang around. So it's Jennifer, isn't it? Yeah. Landscape recovery, is that something that anybody's offered you as an opportunity?
So it's not an opportunity we've been offered on our farm in sort of the North Pennines in Cumbria, though there are several landscape recovery projects in development in Cumbria at the moment, each at sort of varying levels of success. So the Upper Dudden Landscape Recovery Project is already submitted their sort of development phase proposal, so that one seems to be going really well. And as both Hannah and Rachel have said, there was a lot of on-the-ground engagement with that project. One of the facilitators actually was a tenant farmer in that area, whereas the Penrith to Kendall Arc project has been met with a lot more sort of resistance and contestation, largely because of the governance structure as opposed to the actual agreement and what they wanted to do. So really highlighting that importance of that sort of going out into the community and meeting the farmers sort of where they are now. And the Glendera Mackin one is just sort of starting. I would love a landscape recovery project in our area, and I know there's plans for submissions in West Cumbria. There's a group of 42 farmers who cover 27,000 hectares between them who really want to do a water and biodiversity based landscape recovery agreement. At the moment, the trouble is that we haven't seen phase 3 be announced, so there's a real lack of certainty about if that scheme's actually going to come around again, and it's very competitive as well. I'd love us to have one in the North Pennines on like water and waders and really doing that peatland restoration at scale. But it's, and there are real barriers to farmers in terms of the organisation of a submission, and we were just talking about kind of the administrative costs. These two landscape recovery projects are very lucky to have these lovely ladies help administer that and do the sort of compelling bids, because it's beyond the capacity of most farmers to actually come together collectively and put together something that has the right terminology even for a compelling case to DEFRA. So that's one of the key issues we're seeing, but I would love one, Stuart.
Yeah, so really DEFRA needs to have more feet on the ground to be able to talk to people about what the future can bring.
That's the case with all the schemes. I showed in my previous presentation, I have a countryside stewardship higher tier agreement literally ready to go. I've done all my restoration plans for peatland, for breeding waders, for meadow restoration, but the scheme's not open. What can you do? I really want to do this sort of uplands, call it rewilding, call it whatever you want to, are ready to go.
Yeah.
But the opportunity is not there.
Yeah. So, Phil, I mean, could you readily identify things that you would like to do on your farm that currently you don't have an opportunity to do?
Well, I think something very current. On our farm, we've got Farleigh District Swimming Club. Some of you might know, some of you may have swum in. So it's the only sort of old river swimming club in the country. And we've been designated as a bathing water site recently. And it just seems to me that one of the obvious things that should flow from that is that we have a catchment area group of farmers, so that the practices that happen upstream of the swimming club, sort of all the way up to Frome and beyond, practices that we know can work, cover crops on where you grow maize, things like that to stop the silt getting in the river, maybe spreading fertilizer in different ways, needs to be spread amongst the farmers. But I'm at a loss as to how to start even that idea. And I personally don't want to be the man who starts it. You know, that's just too much work. I haven't got time to do that.
Yeah.
So to me, there's a job there, obviously, that would be usefully done, and that doesn't seem at the moment. There is an organisation called Catchment Sensitive Farming that I have contacted and talked at, but they can't really offer very much to me at the moment. I feel they should be, but they're not.
Yeah. So, George...
Yes, if I was in the Chew Valley, I think there is stuff going on there with catchment sensitive farming.
George, listening to these people talk about being on the receiving end of government largesse, I mean, how do you feel? I mean, you're a notable proponent of doing things differently on poor quality farmland, hill farms in particular. Things have to change, but is the government doing anything like a useful job in its communications with farmers, or actually do they need a complete rethink about the way they do things?
Well, there are several questions and problems here. One is the massive undercapacity. We've already been hearing about this a bit, of DEFRA and its agencies, and this is a deliberate and direct result of austerity over the past 15 years, which unfortunately is continuing. And this government has said it's going to keep cutting the DEFRA budget. At the same time, it's loading DEFRA with far more responsibilities. If you look at the land use framework, for instance, there are massive new tranche of responsibilities going to be loaded onto Natural England, onto the Environment Agency. If you look at the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, and where many of us are praying that it won't be passed, or at least part 3 of it will be excised, again, a huge dump of responsibilities onto Natural England, which they have absolutely no capacity to actually fulfill. The same applies to the Rural Payments Agency. So we have all these agencies which are getting a bigger and bigger job, often for good reasons, and we're hearing about some excellent initiatives, but simply do not have the capacity to fulfill that job. And what we will see again and again is disappointment for farmers who are trying to do the right thing, and indeed for other land managers. And of course, it's an even bigger problem when it comes to issues such as the regulation of pollution and of other harmful practices, of destruction of protected areas, and all of that. I mean, nowadays, the Environment Agency is being told to do desk-based inspections rather than getting out into the field. Well, they might find the chewing gum on the underside of the desk, but they're not going to find any other kind of pollution. So we've got a huge problem here of more and more ambition and less capacity. And of course, that will inevitably keep hitting the buffers, as we saw with the sudden ending of the sustainable farming incentive earlier this year. An absolute disaster. You know, farmers can't plan. If they can't be secure in the changes that they want to make, then they're not going to do it. And that sort of thing only destroys trust. And we do need ambition. We need far more ambition than the government is expressing. I mean, the land use consultation had some great headlines, but the detail of it was pathetically weak and in no way matches, for instance, the government's commitment to 30 by 30, 30% of our land recovering in terms of nature or protected for nature by 2030. In no way does the scope of the land use consultation, and which will become a land use framework, match that government ambition. And as you said in your introduction to me, I mean, the real focus, I think, needs to be in the uplands. There are very large upland areas in Britain where it just makes no sense to be farming at all. But the incentives that people get are for farming, and the farming is sustained only as a result of those public subsidies. And in some places, I think we're in a very perilous situation indeed, because a combination of the intensification of extensive farming, if you like, you know, particularly with the headage payments which preceded the Fischler reforms, where an awful lot of livestock was packed onto the hills, with enhanced drainage, plus it seems acidification as well. We're pushing many of these upland ecosystems towards a tipping point, and some of them have already been pushed over and have become millennia desert. Purple moorgrass and nothing but purple moorgrass for as far as the eye can see. And there are parts, for instance, of the southern Cambrian mountains where there's been no stock on those places for about 40 years, and yet there's been no recovery whatsoever because it has passed that threshold. And as with all complex systems, the principle of hysteresis applies, that once you've flipped from one equilibrium state into another, it takes a great deal more energy to push you back the other way. It's like falling off a cliff. That's very easy. Climbing up the cliff, back up the cliff is much harder. And you need very serious intervention indeed if you are to return these dismal, lifeless millennia deserts back to either blanket bog or, in many places, temperate rainforest, of which we should be seeing an awful lot more in this country. And so to keep on hammering 6 bells out of the land, as we're seeing just where I live here on the edge of Dartmoor, again and again and again, we need more grazing. The land is undergrazed, and you know, and we see this tragedy happening all the time. Our last remaining fragments of habitat of temperate rainforest, for instance, being eroded and eroded, shrinking and shrinking, the millennia waste spreading and spreading and taking over everything. You know, it's going to cost an awful lot more to try to undo that harm than it is costing to cause it. So the first thing we need to do right now is just stop.
Indeed. How do you, having stopped, how do you then start moving in the right direction? What's the first thing that, assuming DEFRA has resources to commit to this, how do they get moving in the right direction? What's the first thing they need to do?
Well, it's case by case. Of course, you can't apply exactly the same prescription everywhere, but we definitely need to be excluding livestock from large areas to allow the recovery of ecosystems, but it's not going to be enough where that tipping point has been crossed. So where you've got these millennia deserts, these dead zones, which is, I think, how we should think of them. They're like the dead zones at sea. These are terrestrial dead zones. And where you have these, blocking the drainage ditches, the re-wetting of the land. Millennia doesn't like to have its feet in standing water. We could see the planting with alder and sallow, for example, to create carr. An upland carr is an almost extinct habitat in this country. There's scarcely any of it at all. I mean, there's very few trees above 200 meters anywhere in any circumstance, but particularly this boggy woodland is very rare and very precious. We should be encouraging that and hoping that it might start shading out the millennia. but it's hard. You know,
Yeah.
there might not be a good solution. We don't know.
Yeah, George, I'm a biologist, and there are a number of biologists here in the audience, and what you're saying is very interesting. But actually, by my question, I meant how do you get the farmers to be able to respond to this ecological need? I mean, there they are. They can't make a living anyway. Are you simply proposing that they should sell up? But who would they sell to? And how do they make a living?
I've never proposed that. What I'm suggesting is that the incentive changes. So instead of paying farmers to keep farming livestock in the uplands, you would
pay them not to.
I beg your pardon?
So you would pay them not to keep sheep on the uplands?
Well, I'd pay them for something else entirely, which is land restoration, rewilding. And you know, case by case, we need to decide what form that restoration takes, but we need to act urgently on this. And you know, the money goes a lot further if you're rewilding rather than chasing sheep over rain-soaked hills, because chasing sheep over rain-soaked hills is a loss-making activity. On average, an upland farmer in England is losing £16,000 a year through farming, and the only way that any of these farmers are staying on the land is through government subsidies. Now, I want the farmers to stay on the land. In fact, we could generate a great deal more income and employment through a nature-based economy in the uplands than we can through this loss-making sheep-based economy. It just makes no sense on any level at all. So we should be changing the incentive. We should be saying, right, we know we're not going to subsidize you to keep livestock in the hills anymore, at least not for decades, until we've seen sufficient recovery that we might need a few herbivores back in the system. But that's going to be way down the line, because there's so much work to do before we reach that point. And of course, you know, if you're not running a loss-making business and not having that soaking up so much of the subsidy payment that's being shelled out, there's going to be more money for land restoration.
George, you're actually, if you don't mind me saying so, you're actually very well known for saying all of that. Thanks very much for saying it to us again today. Can you tell us what kind of blowback you get from, first of all, the farming community, secondly, the NFU, and thirdly, DEFRA? What do they all think about what your recipe for success in upland Wales would be?
Oh, they all love me. They've got posters of me on the wall, mostly for throwing darts at, I think. Look, I mean, you need, you know, in every situation, you need a range of people involved. Every successful movement is an ecosystem with lots of different people doing lots of different things. And what we're hearing from today is a range of people approaching the problem in different ways, including farmers and land managers and people helping farmers and land managers. We need all of that, but we also need your outliers, people who say, you know, we need to go further, we need to go faster. Here's the scale of the problem. The solution needs to be far more ambitious. And that's the role that I play. You're trying to drag the system along. You're trying to sort of extend the spectrum of acceptable thought on how we use our land. And that person is always going to be the one who gets most of the flack and makes himself or herself most unpopular. And that's fine. You know, that's I understand that's the role I play. I understand there's a cost to that, but you know, I happen to suit that role quite well because I got a very thick skin, but also because I really like trying to extend the scope of thinking.
I'm sure you're very resilient. How do you account for the reluctance of so many farmers to look this problem in the face?
Well, you know, it's tough, and I don't blame anyone at all. I just think, you know, people are very used to doing stuff in a certain way. Of course, that way has changed radically. I mean, even upland farming is very, very different to what it used to be. There's loads of supplementary feeding, there's loads of machinery, there's steel barns, there's all sorts of things which didn't used to be there, the veterinary medicine, so many ways in which they have changed. Their markets have changed. Much of the lamb is going off to the Middle East or North Africa, for instance. Loads of things have changed, but there's a conception. The industry is like this, it's always been like this, and we're not going to change. And that sort of traditionalism, that conservatism, there's a bit of that in everyone, but I think it's especially the case where you've got this very strong image of an industry. It's like sort of, this is who we are, this is who we've always been. There's sort of very strong cultural attachments to it, and people feel threatened by people like me coming along and saying things should be different, we could do this differently, in fact we could do it better. That's innately threatening for someone with quite a conservative outlook, and as I say, I don't blame anyone for that, and and I just realize that the flak is just the occupational hazard. But what we're seeing, even in some of the most traditional upland areas, is quite a lot of farmers now saying, okay, maybe things do have to change. Maybe it doesn't make sense to continue with this very grueling but also loss-making industry, and perhaps there are better things that can be done on this land. And of course, there's always going to be a spectrum there. As Hannah was saying earlier on, there are some people who are going to be more susceptible, there's some people who are going to be less. You work with those you've got, and you gradually extend that concentric circle of influence. But the role of government is to actually decide what we want and how we're going to get it. And that does mean changing the incentive. And so, we're going to get loads of pushback, particularly from the NFU. The NFU, you asked about it in the question. The NFU is absolutely committed to the worst possible option in every single case. Whatever it might be, whether it's badger culling, whether it's neonicotinoids, whether it's antagonism towards nature restoration, rewilding, whatever it is, you can guarantee that they will always press for the worst possible option, the one which is against the public interest, against the environmental interest. And so we just have to count that in, factor that in, as that's the way it's always going to be. But don't assume that the NFU is representing the full spectrum of farmer opinion.
Okay, you don't have to answer this question, George, but why does the NFU behave in that way?
Well, it's a very good question, and I don't have a complete answer to it. But I think what we see, as with all trade associations, it's a trade association, it's a lobby group, as with all trade associations, they get dominated by the most powerful vested interests with the biggest sunk costs. So in other words, it's the people who are very heavily invested in business as usual who tend to dominate these groups. And the people who have a different view, they're less powerful within the community that these groups are claim to represent. And so we end up often with quite unrepresentative trade associations, and you can see this in many other sectors, but perhaps nowhere more so than with the NFU and its misrepresentation of the farming interest.
Well, thanks very much. Phil, one of the things that I'm really quite interested in is, do farmers really talk to each other about these kinds of things? Are there ways that farmers can discuss their own mutual interests?
Well, it's funny, because when you sent me an email inviting me here, you said, bring along some of your farming friends. And I realized I didn't actually have any who'd really want to come. So I don't know too many farmers who would be very interested in this kind of approach, or kind of even questioning of what they do. I mean, there are areas, and I think, for instance, AHDB, the Agricultural Horticultural Development Board, do a lot of good work, and and that is, they are quite good forums that farmers can go to and learn about, what's happening to the phosphates in your water, for instance. I went to one recently on that. As well as production of, crop production.
Yeah.
So that is the kind of forum that I think is really valuable and needs support.
Yeah, well, one of the things that really interests me is that there used to be a network of government-run advisory agencies. Tim Lang talks about this very interestingly in his book, Feeding Britain. And with the experience of rationing during the war, the government set up this network of advisory agencies, and they were still operating when I was a young lecturer here at Bath University. We used to send a lot of students to study at these research stations, which also provided extension advice. Over the past 30 or so years, that network has been completely dismantled. And as I understand it, farmers like you, if you wish to have agronomic advice or veterinary advice, basically it has to be from people who have other vested interests in what they advise you. Is that true?
No, I don't think that is true. So I started farming in the 70s. I didn't really know anything much about farming, so I had to think, where do I go for advice? And in those days, ADAS was the gold standard. It was funded by government, and you could go there to get your agricultural advice. And it was really good, and had an agronomist that I had a long association with, sort of 30-year association. Now, in that process of the contact with him, he was sold by the government then to a private advice service, or rather a group of them who had been working with ADAS sort of bought themselves out and set up their own independent practice. So I stayed with him, but basically got my advice from the private sector. Now that I had to pay for. Now in the sort of in-between period around I suppose it would have been the 90s, 80s, 90s maybe, when the government stopped funding the ADAS service. Of course, the people who moved fastest to give farming advice were the chemical companies. And so, and they gave that advice for nothing. So you were confronted with that idea, yes, I could have advice for free from a chemical company, or I would pay for impartial advice, all right, by a privatized service, but impartial advice. And I chose that route. I think at the time most farmers took the chemical advice route, but I've now noticed that I'd say that has swung quite the other way, and most farmers I know now would have an independent agronomist who would advise them.
Yeah. Okay, are there any questions in the room? Do you want to ask this one? Yeah. Do you want to ask this?
It's a comment rather than a question. Because I'm on the Cotswolds AOMB board, and we've been part of this scheme called Farming in Protected Landscapes, and we've had the most fantastic response from our farmers. It's a farmer-led proposal to do something about their protected landscape within the Cotswolds area, to improve the farming, but also to improve their own practices and their response. And it's been incredibly successful. I don't know how many millions have come from government. I did have the figure. But I think it's at least a step in the right direction. The good thing about it is that it's farmer-led, with advisors, much as just been described, coming along behind to show how they can do it. And it's certainly at the moment seems to be very successful. We're hoping we'll get some more money soon. But we've spent quite a lot of millions on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. As I've already said today, but it needs to be said again and again, we're in a huge mess, climatic, economic. We're probably heading into it's looking like one of the worst droughts for a long time. God knows what the consequences of that are going to be. We've seen a plateauing of living standards in this country over the last 20 years. We've seen a considerable decline since COVID. We're seeing cutbacks in government spending. And understandably, the discussion is all about money. It's about where are we going to get these subsidies to shift our farming practices. I have to say, where you're applying subsidies to repair the damage to the environment caused by subsidy-supported agriculture, it's the economics of the madhouse. And Phil's story, terrible. You know, a good man can't basically make a decent living producing good food. So what's happened? Well, far wiser and more eloquent people than me have commented on the fact that actually we've seen centuries of top-down exploitation of our farmland and rural communities. We see this all around the world, maybe thousands of years of the same. So I'll try and wind up. Well, I think we all know what we've got to do. Do you know what? It's actually the law. It's been framed by the Environment Act 2021, the 5 new principles that any forward-thinking farmers, frankly, would have been using a long time ago. I can't get my aide-memoir, but, you know, radical principles like the polluter pays, the circular economy. What does the circular economy mean? It means, wherever possible, zero-input farming. Or you'll say you can't possibly feed the world with zero-input farming. I beg to differ. I'll just give you in a minute a few references. Resolve problems at source. George gave a brilliant editorial about 3 years ago on the issues of river pollution, a subject very close to my heart. And he absolutely correctly pointed out these are cultural problems that go right to the core of Western culture. I'm in part here today because of a colleague. He's stuck in a hellhole of a place in Algeria. And he sent me here to basically, in part, explain to you that his culture is destroyed, his agricultural culture is destroyed by Western agribusiness. So it's cheap, subsidized food flooding Algeria that in major part has destroyed his traditional land, and here's the key, water management. I'll just wrap up, mainly just to wind George up. I had a project in Iran, it's wound up now, called Hydro City. I learned from the remarkable late Dr. Taghi Favar, Senesta, you can look him up, that 18% of Iran, up until the Iran-Iraq war, produced all of Iran's meat. It did so through traditional pastoralist practices, strictly adhering to pre-Islamic traditions. And whilst doing this in the foothills of the mountains, it maintained the carbon cycle, it made the entirety of Iran's Biodiversity Action Plan indicator species, and it maintained the snowpack on the mountains that watered Iran. So it can be done, and I suppose just to close, George said we need this cultural shift, and what I'm going to tell you now is really just to illustrate how far we've got to go, because clearly it's all about money, and that's the problem. And how we get to this, but it was clearly stated by the late Polly Higgins, we need to work to a higher moral authority.
Thank you very much. That's quite powerful. Strictly speaking, here at the BRLSI, we self-impose not to talk about current political issues, but I think that really the problem is with capitalism, don't you? Okay, I didn't say that. I'm proposing to wind up this panel now, a 5-minute comfort break, and then we're going to show you a little movie which has been sent to us by Charlie Clutterbuck, and it's a land use message in a movie. So in 5 minutes' time, we'll start that. I just want to show you a movie. It's only 5 minutes, and it's a message to all of us from a friend. It's a message to all of us from a friend in Lancashire, on the fells near Blackburn. For those of you who know it, it's called Worley.
Shall I just share it on the Zoom
Yeah.
before?
Yeah. That's great.
Hello, my name's Charlie Clutterbuck and I used to farm on this land. Now I want to take you on a quick tour of the countryside, far from the madding crowd, in order to show what is going on, but also as a way of showing you how we could be growing a lot more food in this country. But in order to do that, we need to make a longer film, and so we need some financial support for that. Thank you. We're going to go back 400 years to the times of the Pendle Witches trial. The hill behind me, that's Pendle, and the trial focused on 12 wretches, not witches, who were brought along this road here to their deaths. Many people talk about, funny goings on, but actually a lot of it was to do with the land. This was the time of the enclosures, and most famously, John Townley enclosed large areas around Burnley and threw various characters off the land who were squatting there, one of which was James Device, the grandson of Elizabeth Device. And he dug up some lawn at Carr Hall, which was owned by Mrs. Townley. It was his little bit of revenge, but it cost him his life because his younger sister, 9-year-old Jeanette, gave evidence that he mumbled witches' curses while he was digging up the divots. And talking of enclosures, these two fields here were enclosed in 1621. And I happen to know that because I used to live on the farm just there. And that's telling us something else as well, that in the 1830s, investment came in from industry onto the land. So lots of merchants wanted to wed lots of lasses on the land. But at the same time, there was a massive conflict going on between industry and the landowners. The industrialists wanted to feed their workers cheaply. The landowners wanted to stop food coming in from abroad, cheap food from the colonies. And that's what's led to the repeal of the Corn Laws, which we may still be learning about at school. The consequence of that was that over the next 100 years, the amount of food produced in this country declined dramatically, so that by the start of the First World War, we produced only a quarter of our own food. Out of the clutches of the US Marshall Plan, which gave food with loads of strings attached, the government wanted to produce much more food ourselves, so invested in drains, chemicals, machinery, advice, but almost more so research. When I was brought up, we had 32 research stations looking at soil and weeds and all sorts. There was also a consensus between the two main parties that farmers should be guaranteed prices for their food. And each year they'd debate in Parliament how much they would get for producing bread and potatoes. So that by the mid-70s, we produced 3/4 of our own food. And then in the 80s, along came Margaret Thatcher, and her motto was, let the markets rule, i.e. let the supermarkets rule, because the government took less and less interest. She flogged off perhaps the best research station in the country, the Plant Breeding Institute. She flogged it to Unilever, who sold it on to Monsanto. And 3/4 of the research stations disappeared in the next 30 years. So that by the end of her reign, we were producing only 60% of the food we eat. So the issue is this reliance on markets, because what happens is, people say, produce more food. But what happens in a market system is the price of that food then goes down. A good harvest means bad prices, a bad harvest means good prices, and yet we rely on the markets time and time again. We have to intervene, have government support, and invest in the produce we want, particularly fruit and vegetables, but also grain and meat, in order to meet the needs of this country without destroying the rest of the world. And 10 years ago, we were being urged to leave the EU. And one of the reasons being put forward was we could get our hands on the £3 billion worth of subsidies given to farmers. It amounted to about £100 an acre and was a bit silly because it didn't actually pay to do anything. But it was a good bedrock for the small farmers. And in fact, just down the road in Gisborne, Boris Johnson promised the farmers that the subsidies were guaranteed 100%. And then in his first government, guess what? He gets rid of them. So since then, we've been trying to work out what's happened to those subsidies. And it seems that the big landowners, if you happen to have a spare 1,000 acres, can get their hands on about £1 billion worth of them for rewilding, which, remember, doesn't grow any food. The rest, it seems very difficult to find out what's happened. Certainly small farmers seem to have got bits and pieces for growing flowers and walls and stuff. But on the other hand, I think the consultants have made quite a lot of money about advising farmers. So, in the direction now seems to be towards carbon counting. And this is all to do with carbon offsets, that you can still carry on polluting, but if you grow a few trees, then that balances out. And this is called net zero. And I'm now beginning to say that net zero fiddles while the earth burns. But that's another story. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed that. And I'd like to think you might enjoy an even longer version where we look into how food can be produced in this country. We'll need some funds for that, so if you can support us, we'd be extremely pleased. We'd also be pleased to see you join us on one of these walks, one here and also one over in Bali. Thank you now.
It's just coming up to 4 o'clock. Peter, do you want to make some concluding remarks? Do you have something to say?
Hello? Oh, yeah. I haven't got anything to say. I just, has anybody come to a conclusion that they could say, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel? The answer is, I don't know. What we're going to do is take down those lovely little drawings and have a look at them and see what the range of the visions is for the future Britain and its, and what food production. I mean, frankly, I couldn't quite grasp what Charlie was getting at there, you know, whether he was advocating greater self-sufficiency. That's obviously one possibility for Britain. But as we've heard over and over again, we somehow have to balance all these factors. We've got to get food, we've got to improve biodiversity, and we've got to reduce the carbon emissions. And that's tricky. But I am somewhat more optimistic now than I was in the morning. I thought, you know, I think, you know, well, maybe we're onto something. So, anybody got any last-minute comments to make? No, they all want to go home, don't they?
I guess one thing that really struck me is that we really didn't talk about food security at all today. And, you know, the future of international relations at the moment looks a bit dodgy. And I really wonder what would happen to all of Dustin's calculations if actually we had to produce all our food here. I don't know, maybe we'll talk about that at the next discussion.
I think one thing that hasn't been addressed today is the movement, the movement of peoples as a result of climate change making living in the southern hemisphere impossible, and where large areas of food production will no longer produce food, and we worry about a few migrants now, and they're going to be a couple of billion on the move, and the northern hemisphere is going to become the food powerhouse of the world by 2030, 2050. I think that's a really serious issue. Somebody wrote a book about it. I was pretty convinced by her argument. And the other thing is, I think we need to look around the world and see how other people are approaching some of the same problems. It seems to be me a bit myopic that we are constrained by the existing systems, which doesn't really allow us to think out of the box.
I think that now is not the moment to delve even deeper into all of this stuff. All I can say is that I've learned a lot today. I imagine you have too, and I'm really grateful that so many people could turn up and contribute. So I'd like to lead a round of applause for all of us.